Hello, hello. Hey, Kristen. Hello. Oh. Hello. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Earlier might have been a little bit confusing.
Oh, it's okay. I was having my own tech issues, so.
No worries. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, I also have a bird. His name is Cutie, and he will be adding some extra noise to our morning. But I kind of like it sometimes. I had to get used to it. He came to mine in August, and I've had to okay, he's on a different wavelength sometimes, and it's not because I'm doing anything wrong. And I've had to just get comfortable with literally a bird in my house. So it's been fun.
Yeah. Cool.
How are you this morning?
I'm hanging in there. It's a rainy day here in North Carolina in the Piedmont area, so kind of gloomy.
Yeah, because you're out over more on the west side of North Carolina, right?
We're kind of in the let's see, it's technically still the Piedmont, but we are actually kind of in the middle of the state. So we're about as far from parts of the ocean as we are from the mountains.
Ah, got you. Yeah, I'm in Raleigh, so I feel like we are, as North Carolinians, I feel like we're definitely very blessed to feel the effects of a lot of Mother Nature, reacting to our pollution and everything. And we get all the warm effects of it. We just get the rainy effects of it, but we don't get the massive damage that comes from storms and all that. So it's kind of a neat middle ground that we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you for coming on. Today has been such an interesting day. I started at midnight and it was super random because this is my first time live streaming. So there's I'm also doing it on Facebook, doing it on Twitch, YouTube. So it's interesting to see who at random is going to show up at a 1 a.m. And it was such a good conversation that we had. Super random, just kind of everywhere. And it was just nice to just chat and stay up. And then I was like, oof, I'm exhausted. I need to go to bed.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I really just want to get to know Benevolence Farms more. I mean, we've already talked a little bit about it, but I feel like there's more to share about benevolence that, I don't know about. So I guess kind of to start us off with, tell us a little bit about Benevolence Farms, how it came to exist, what's kind of the story behind it, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so Benevolence Farm was started in 2008 as a response to the rising rates of incarceration of women across the country. Since the 1980s, the rate of incarceration of women has skyrocketed nationwide by 800%. So unfortunately, though, because of the numbers, people don't often see it as an issue in their community of women reentering and where they have the resources or support. Many times men who are in prison might have a grandma, a partner, a sibling, a mother who is supporting them. So women kind of already play the support system in a lot of ways with people who are incarcerated, and who, we're trying to make sure there's people for them too if they experience incarceration. So the way Benevolence Farm works is when a woman in North Carolina is being released from prison, she can come to Benevolence Farm as part of her transition, so she has safe and secure housing. And then she can also work on the farm as part of our living wage employment program. And so those are the two main components of the safety and security of housing and a job, which are two of some of the biggest immediate barriers people re-entering the community face. And then the second part is also these wraparound services, so addressing trauma and health concerns and maybe perhaps substance use disorders that women experience, and making sure they have these trauma-informed resources to make sure that they're holistically cared for, and it's not just centering their worth on labor or their ability to find housing. It's also on their well-being as well.
Yeah, I love that. I think so I found out about Benevolence Farms while attending a Sierra Club webinar about urban agriculture. I think that's what it was. And then they mentioned Benevolence Farm, and I looked it up and I was just like, what? I just appreciate anyone who's really trying to get to the root of certain issues that we have, and that definitely hits it in so many different ways. Obviously, there's so many things that can be done within that world, but I appreciate so then I guess the other question is, what do they do on the farm? Like, what is the type of employment?
Mm-hmm. So the employment is what you might imagine from a farm. Tilling the land, planting, seeding, maintenance of our 13-acre farm. And they also can choose the type of produce that they want to grow. We do offer a few staples like blueberries and tomatoes, but then they also can decide in our raised bed model that we have on the farm what they want to go in different raised beds. And then on top of that, we have a body care enterprise line. So that's one of our value added products. Farming in itself is not a great income producer, as you can imagine. It's a struggle when you're solely a for-profit farm, focusing just on that when you have experienced farmers doing the work, let alone a nonprofit with people who have never farmed in their lives or have not farmed in a very long time. So the value added body care enterprise is such that the women grow the herbs and flowers that are then infused in the body care product line. And we try to make this an all natural, whether it's soaps or muscle rub, healing salve, lip balm, a variety of different things. We do candles now as well. And all of those, we try to use natural bases like shea butter, beeswax, coconut oil, but the flavoring and the fragrances and some of the healing properties come from the herbs and flowers that the women grow on the farm, so like calendula or tulsi, basil. So those are types of things that get infused as well. So when you buy those products, all those funds go back to paying the women the living wage that we mentioned. And the women can work and live on the farm up to 2 years. They're free to go anytime they want. We sometimes even encourage people to leave earlier than the 2 years because they're meeting their goals, or they have a goal of family reunification or getting employment, or they just want to be stable until their probation period is up, which is usually anywhere from 6 to 9 months, sometimes a few years after their release. So it really varies based on the person, but they at least have the knowledge coming out of prison that they have stable employment and housing, which is one of the major barriers that people exiting prison face.
I didn't realize I was muted. I've been taking little notes here just so I can share with everyone in case they come on later and they can at least see these comments. So I'm going to post it. You're welcome to edit, add, and also in terms of the body care enterprise, I saw that on the Instagram. I saw that there's different body butters or whatever it was. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I love this. This is exactly what more and more people want. And I think that's a great way to infuse the employment on the farming, and just the fact that the world of beauty will never stop. So there's always that supply and demand. So that's really awesome. And it must smell so good. I saw the picture and I was just feeling like I could smell it through the screen.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to buy some, where would they go?
Yeah, the easiest way is just to go to our website. We use Shopify, but we have one based out of benevolencefarm.org. We also have our Facebook shop as well. So if you go to Benevolence Farm on Facebook or Instagram, you can find information there as well. We make great holiday gifts. You can get we sometimes have little packets like Love of Lavender, which is several products of ours that are made with lavender. You can also buy, in addition to the beauty element, it's also really healing. So if people, especially in the winter with dry skin, the healing salve might be really good, or body butter. Also, obviously, when everyone's washing their hands, you can always get some soap. And one of the projects we also have too is you could even buy a bar of soap on behalf of a loved one if you wanted to do a gift that gives back. And we are making sure that soap bars get to people who are incarcerated. Unfortunately, in North Carolina, we've failed in our response to make sure people are safe who are incarcerated and don't have autonomy over their own health care. So it's a short-term intervention, but just trying to get bars of soap to people who need it so that they can have a high-quality product that at least can mitigate some of the risks that they are facing while incarcerated due to the pandemic.
Yeah, dang. So tell me a little bit more about, I guess, Benevolence Farm, obviously being in North Carolina, is really addressing North Carolinian, the pipeline there, right? Or is it expanded to more than just North Carolina?
Yeah, so primarily we work in North Carolina and address issues in the state, but we are an advocacy organization as well, and we're trying to get to the root of these systemic issues. And so, I mean, our women oftentimes actually have lived in many states. They might interact with the criminal legal system in multiple states. So even like one of our residents, we're in the Florida court systems because she had remaining in a lot of states. Unfortunately, your driver's license or access to your driver's license is tied to court fines and fees, regardless of whether your infraction was driving related. So she had thousands of dollars as a result of these different criminal convictions. And we had to advocate in Florida with the ACLU of Florida for figuring out that system and making sure that we were trying to make sure judges knew like how this was impacting her and how we needed them to offer a second chance to her as well. And so we were able to get a lot of those fines and fees out of collections, which helped her make a payment plan. So we interact in kind of smaller ways like that. If there's more federal issues, I mean, we've worked with our senator's office on different issues around how people who are taxed coming out of prison, who either have various levels of work, they may have worked in prison, but they may not qualify for like an earned income tax credit because when they're incarcerated, that stuff doesn't count. So there's a lot of different touch points that we have. And we do work with national groups like Cut 50, or some of our women participate in different organizations like Just Leadership USA, or some of the trainings offered by formerly incarcerated people nationwide who have networks that they're trying to build up. So we partake in those types of groups as well, or our individual women and members do as well.
Yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate that so much. And in terms of going to the bigger question of, you're obviously, this line of work is doing something to resolve some issue in the world, but what is the vision, I guess, of the long term, of the future of Benevolence Farm, as well as your life? Like, what are certain things that you guys have envisioned for the future?
Yeah, so I mean, if we're thinking of like really lofty goals, maybe things that we can't achieve in our lifetime, but we want to put structures in place to get there. I mean, we want a world where prisons are not necessary, where we are able to rehabilitate people and or able to address the causes of incarceration before we even get to that point. A lot of our women have experienced levels of trauma that were just never addressed. And a lot of that led to their incarceration, or economic, collapse in their communities that made it impossible to support their family, or mental health or substance use disorders that weren't addressed. So, and that's why we are direct services, but we also do this advocacy because we know we're going to be hitting our head against the same wall over and over and over again if we don't address the root causes. So, we know prisons only do more harm in the United States. They are not the rehabilitative models they were founded to be in the early colonial times of America. So we're really trying to figure out how can we address these root causes that often lead to incarceration before that you even gets there, which is a little different than most people think of us like after the fact. Like after you get out of prison, you touch Benevolence Farm in some way, you get supported, but we're really also trying to advocate for what happens even before that point. So making sure there's systems and supports in place. So again, this is probably something beyond my lifetime, but it's the vision that we work towards, knowing that, it's much, much harder to rehabilitate and support someone who's been so traumatized after the fact. And that's a lot of intensive resources and is exhausting for everyone involved. And we would much rather see a world where we're doing more preventative caretaking and addressing traumas that way.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. And I think that's where my work and so many folks' work kind of aligns, and we're kind of just all meeting in the middle at some point in time with all the work that we're doing surrounding trauma, surrounding mitigation of risk, surrounding so many things that I could talk more and more about. And then in terms of, I guess, like, and also another thing that I think about is, to be in business, to be out of business, to come in and solve something so that we don't have to exist anymore. And I feel like Benevolence Farm kind of works off of that model too.
Yeah, we definitely would rather not have to solve it. We want to definitely, like you said, work ourselves out of this problem. And in North Carolina, we're a long way from that. I mean, about 2,000 women exit prisons in North Carolina every year. Our house physically houses up to 6 people at one time. I mean, we serve, again, through our advocacy efforts, more than that, but the need is out there, and it may take us a little bit, but yeah, we definitely want to be at a point where women are cared for and treated for, and their problems are addressed before they even have to go through the criminal legal system.
Yeah, exactly. So how did you find yourself with Benevolence Farm?
Yeah, so I had worked several years in a civil rights law firm advocacy group, and I was the advocacy coordinator for a long time. And we did worked across the South in both voting rights, youth justice, and the criminal legal reform efforts and abolition efforts. And I really fell in love with the people that I was working with, and just saw how a lot of incarceration just highlights the inequities across our whole entire society. So, it's not just incarceration, it's substance use disorder, it's child abuse, sexual and mental trauma, mental health issues. And so, addressing kind of the people who have been most disproportionately affected, also people of color, low income communities, making sure that those issues are addressed has ripple effects throughout the whole community. And so I really got involved in that, being someone who's from the South and knows the history of where I come from, and wants to address that. Like, I think actually incarceration is a different iteration of types of confinement and enslavement we've seen, and oppression of the people that live next door to us. And so we're trying to that was kind of what motivated me to stay in that type of movement work. I live in Alamance County. I live 10 minutes from Benevolence Farms. Just some networking, had heard about Benevolence. I grew up on a farm, so that network or that connection was significant to me. And I also really like the idea of working for a nonprofit that was trying to move off of a dependency of grants and donors. Like, we love our donors, and thank you to all our donors. But ultimately, we would want to be able to make the money that we can do any type of project we want, and we don't need approval from a foundation or a funder to be able to pursue it. So we're not there yet, but by supporting that social enterprise, like, that's what you're doing, is making it so we can be more autonomous and pursue projects that we believe are going to address the causes that we care about most effectively.
Yeah. That's very, very true. And that's interesting for building a nonprofit or building a new business or anything. It's very easy. And like, with everything that I'm doing, I've been thinking of, like, okay, do I want to submit for grants, all these things? And it doesn't sit well with me. And I think we're kind of at that point in the world where a lot of things are shifting, obviously. But it's even like the new funding models, and like, some things are sustainable and some things aren't. And I think grants are not bad, but at the same time, it does have that aspect of dependency. And then you're working with someone else's deadlines and someone else's timelines. That definitely adds to the stress of just having a nonprofit or a running organization, for sure. Mm-hmm. And then in terms of, I guess, overall future, it doesn't have to be within our lifetime, but let's dream a little bit, I guess. And what do you envision? And, obviously we don't have all day to talk about it, but kind of like, what are some big points that you want to mention of what you'd like the future to look like?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty simple concept that it would be great to be able to live in a world where all of our basic needs are met. If you've ever been hungry or tired or stressed, your ability to pursue your dreams and pursue what you hope for your life, for your family is deeply compromised. And if you're chronically in that state, like, you're never going to be able to settle. I mean, it's kind of like the Maslow hierarchy of needs, and to some degree. But I want to live in a community where, if I don't even have to get to a point where I'm hungry, because I have access to capital that allows me to support my family, whether it's a living wage or universal basic income, that I'm able to get the mental health services I need, Slate and the Marshall Project just released this report that they did of a survey of people in prison. And one of the questions they asked was, what would have kept you out of prison? And unfortunately, a common theme was mental health care would have been great, but I didn't have insurance, or I was denied, or I couldn't afford it. And so that is crushing to me to think that, like, people say they, it's people's fault for getting incarcerated, that it's their shortcomings, but they were trying to do what they could, but the systems larger than themselves were denying them their ability to care for themselves. So I really want to see a community too, where like we can be supportive of one another without being judgmental. So even if it's like, how can we give you access to care or get you care, or come together and support one another, and make sure that we're, not calling the police on one another or using systems of oppression to punish or critique people's way of lives. So I think that ultimately comes to like the first step, again, making sure our basic needs are met so that we can all pursue our dreams and our hopes and goals for our families, our loved ones, and ourselves. And I think our world would be a lot better off if people weren't using all their mental energy to find their next meal, or to find secure and safe housing, or weren't dealing with health issues that could be easily addressed if not for this lack of insurance or financial well-being.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And speaking of that slate, I definitely saw that, I think last night, and I know that you said like, it made you pause, or whoever wrote that, I guess. And I was just like, dang, it's so unique to hear that perspective, because we don't put so much emphasis on it. We don't put enough emphasis on getting those underrepresented thoughts. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, that came out and that you guys reposted that. And it was just very, very nice, but it was nice to see that at least that was made and created and shared. Mm-hmm. But yes, I wanted to, and today's really flexible. I'm happy to bring on multiple people so we can kind of chat in a group, but I also want to be mindful of everyone's schedules. So if you need to head off, Kristen, at any time, you're obviously welcome to. There's no pressure to stay, but this way I also like to bring on Shakira, who is going to talk a little bit about her business within the yoga massage therapy world. But to kind of, before I do bring on Shakira, I wanted to at least just do another shout out to Benevolence Farm. You guys, and you can tell me more and you can correct me, but you guys have obviously your website. You guys are on Instagram, which I'm on a lot. But tell us a little bit more of like, I guess, where we can find you, what we can do to just get more informed about Benevolence Farm. It's such a good name, but I keep tripping over my words today.
You're not the only one, don't worry. Yeah, so follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, like you said. I think just exploring what we have to offer on our website and our social media platforms, follow us, share information with your family and loved ones. And then also too, like we said earlier, for the holiday season, one of the best ways you can support is purchasing our products and also sharing it with friends and family. So make sure that you're thinking of us when you're making your shopping list. And if you do have any questions, I'm at info@benevolencefarm.org. You can reach out. I'm happy to talk more about some of the things we mentioned today. But I really appreciate you having us on. And I'll try to hop in and out, just see what y'all are doing throughout the next, how many hours do you have left? Like 18 or less than that?
I don't even know at this point. I slept from like 4 to like 8 a.m. and I was like, all right, time to get up. I have a call at 9.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
best of luck with the rest of it. And I see Shakira is on, so I'll give her the spotlight now.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you? Oh my gosh, it's so great that she was just on there, because a friend of mine literally did this to me for my birthday, and I was like, oh my gosh. And
oh my god,
well,
look at that. That's such a natural transition. Wow, that was fucking beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
Dang. Sorry.
How are you?
I am good. I am checking audio because I'm a little deaf, and we have Cutie here, and so he's gonna be Usually when he's in my lap, he's like fine and he's not loud. It's only when he's like far away, I think he has a little bit of, he just likes attention. So that's fair. That's fair. That's so cool. And how was your birthday?
Oh, it was good. It was good. I did something very different this year of like not doing all the partying, mainly because it's COVID season. So it was just like, it was nice to hang out with my family. We celebrated my little cousin's birthday. His birthday is one day after mine. So it's like, we're right here together. But yeah, it was good though. And friends made me like these delicious sweet treats because I'm gluten-free. It's hard for me to really find like good cakes and things, but
real.
maybe banana bread and like these almond peanut butter jelly cookies, and it was just great. So,
oh, dang. That sounds fire. Wow. That's something that do you have any more?
I do. Yeah. Come on over.
Yes. Yes. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Happy belated birthday again.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So as you know, it's super flexible, super flow with whatever comes at us. So I guess let's talk about what you are representing today. Obviously yourself, but wanted to talk about your business as well. I was thinking it was Uplift Your Soul, but I think it's Rhythmic Bloom, right?
Right. So I'm going through a transition right now of
yes, transition.
Yeah, of like redirecting programs. So Uplift Your Soul will be one kind of program, and Rhythmic Bloom is going to be a different program. So right now I'm in a beta testing of doing like pretty much a refresher course for new yoga teachers. And so we're kind of working through curriculum and things like that through like our little weekly meetups. And it's like interesting to kind of learn a little bit more about like how I can help other yoga teachers who have like less experience and just getting into the yoga world and like going over things we learned in teacher training and how to sessions. So yeah, it's been interesting, but yeah, it's just a little transition. So both of them are still very relevant. Rhythmic Bloom is just newer.
Yeah, I love that. So Rhythmic Bloom is more about, I guess, the teaching side of teachers. Is that?
Yeah, it's gonna be Rhythmic Bloom is more about like a journaling aspect. So, yeah. So I haven't told many people about this, but I guess today we're gonna start talking about
yes, let's let it blossom. Let's let it become something more.
Yeah. So Rhythmic Bloom is basically going to be about an advocate. Like I'm an advocate for people who live a single life. Sometimes I feel like we get left out of things. There's very little support for us. And so it's just like I want to be at least the person that I need. And so I've created a journal around how living single and building your confidence can just help you find your purpose in other ways versus this, I guess, lifestyle that we have now of like the dating apps and just like how getting off of them can literally change like the way your brain is just like having just different pathways and growing in that way. So it's just really about like helping people like myself just kind of move through living through a single life and like recognizing that I love working and I love the work that I do. And I'm just going to definitely put all my passion into that because a relationship will come when it comes. And it's not something I need to. So stop saying and just allow what's happening for you to happen right now and be in the present moment.
Yeah. I love that. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. We haven't talked about that. So I'm just like, woo, I love this. So needed. I think that, I know so there's like a festival that's getting put on and some people have complained in terms of, there's 2 people only. It's, there aren't tickets for 1 person. And personally, I agree with that person who made that complaint, but I won't like get too into the drama and the details of it. But I feel you on that. I think that as someone who loved being single for a long time, I had to really work on creating the space for me.
What's up?
Hello, cutie. Say hi to Shakira. Oh! Say hi to me, but me to you. It reflects. I'm like a mirror. But no, I love that because I agree. Like, I think we have definitely gone a little overboard with needing to couple up or needing to be in a relationship. And partly, you know, I think it's just that so many people are uncomfortable with themselves, don't really know how to date themselves. And I mean, we're constantly dating ourselves, regardless of being in a relationship or not. But I'm so glad that you're creating that space and really emphasizing that, because that's definitely a very needed art and practice.
Yes.
And Cutie agrees.
Right?
Cutie agrees. By the way, I just wanted to say, whatever lighting that you have going on, like, it looks really good. Yeah, like, perfect. You should do this again. Like, you should just continue doing interviews with this lighting.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. And then I guess what brought you into doing the work that you do? I'd love to learn a little bit more about that.
Yeah. So it's a journey.
Yes.
I'd never
have all day.
What was that?
We have all day, kind of.
I do still have to go to work, but yeah. So let's see what brought me here. So I started out as a massage therapist, and I went to undergrad at UNC Chapel Hill and realized I did not want to be a dentist when I was a junior, and I was like, oh, I got to figure out something else to do. So I just kind of floated around from there. So once I graduated, I worked at a gym, and they had massage therapy there and all these other physical wellness helpful things. And I was a cheerleader, so I was like, well, maybe I can definitely learn something from this. And one of my coworkers, she was a massage therapist, and was like, why don't you go to my massage school and just kind of check it out? And I was like, all right, that's cool. So eventually I went on ahead and went to the school, checked it out, fell in love with the land. It's out inside, well, they've now retired and moved to Hawaii, but the school was out in Siler City, just like on this beautiful land on this farm, and it was just perfect. And it was like a nice little retreat every other weekend, and like Monday and Tuesday were how the classes worked. And I just like fell in love with the land, and that's like when I started to connect back to nature, kind of out of this busyness of the world, and like coming out of school thinking that I had to have a job, thinking I had to do all these things. And it was just like, I really like massage therapy, and maybe I can help other athletes. Maybe I can help other people who are in the same position as me, like in high school or in college, and just still living that active lifestyle. So that's how I kind of got into this work. And then what's kept me in this work, I feel like, is it's just my calling to really lay hands on people.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Lay it down with love.
Right. It's just like, I feel like it's definitely a thing. And my clients also feel that. They're like, your hands just like, you just know what you're doing. I was like, honestly, it's just like something that comes in, and I just move through my hands. I just find it to be found and work with it. Yeah. And so, yeah, my work is also very intuitive and just getting to know my clients. So I feel like that's like something that's really helpful for me as well, because I build that relationship and then they come back, and it's perfect. And so eventually yoga came into my life as well. I started yoga when I was in college, kept going. And then someone was like, you should take the yoga teacher training. And I'm like, yes, maybe. Sure. But eventually I did that. And so, yeah, and now I'm in a 300-hour teacher training with Michelle Johnson of Skill in Action. And that is like going really well too, of just bringing more social justice into my work, and like the ways in which I'm teaching, sharing like the Yoga Sutras with the class or students or whoever. And it's just really helpful. But yeah. So yeah. I feel like, yeah, my journey just keeps weaving and waving through all these things of life, and that's a short synopsis.
Yes. Yeah, very short synopsis, but I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. And then in terms of yoga, you will obviously do, yes, Katie, I know. You'll obviously do online, right? Is that what you're also doing virtually as well?
Yep. So right now, yoga is mostly virtual. We do have a studio here in Durham where we can have 3 students within the studio, and then we'll have classes like outside in the back parking lot. So it just depends on like the weather, the day, but also signing up online. I offer yoga classes through Core to Core, and also through Sahaja Space, which is a yoga studio here in Durham that I also work with, and we offer other healing services, massage therapy, Reiki, meditation, and then the yoga classes and workshops that come through. And so yeah, that's one way to take a yoga class if you're interested, or just a meditation. We're having like daily meditations right now, which also feels really good in the community that we've built in the morning. So it's every day at 8 a.m. And you just drop in whenever you need to. And some of us have been doing it every single day. Some of us are there once a week. It just depends on what works best. And yeah, it's been really great to kind of build that community, sit with each other every morning, and just kind of start our day in a very different way. So yeah.
Yes. I like trying to mute because of Cutie, and then it just adds to like this weird rhythm. He just pooped on me, and like I should not keep letting him do this, but at this point I'm just like, whatever. I just pretend he's an old bird, old man, and so I just let it go. But it was like so warm, it just like dropped. That was so good. I was like, well, thank you, because now I don't have to clean it off my shirt. But it's like, ooh, got to feel some hot bird poop this morning.
You're just so chill about it. I like it.
I was like, ooh, yes, tell me more about yoga. Tell me, and because I love what I love about at least your Instagram, because as we know, I'm on it all the time. But I love that you have your videos of the classes that you do, like even if it's just snippets of it. I appreciate that you have those, because I feel like it allows us to, as like professional yoga folks, it seems like, oh, this is a lot more easy or a lot more accessible, or, I can do this. You know what I mean? It just allows that kind of framework to form. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Sometimes sharing on social media is difficult.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn like what are the things, especially in terms of my work, like clips that are worth sharing for people to understand impact and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the big question in terms of visions and dreams of the future, and it could relate to your work, it doesn't have to relate to your work, it could be as expansive as you want to get into it. But I guess, yeah, what would you say is your vision and dream of the future? And it doesn't even have to be our lifetime, but just kind of what is a big dream of yours?
Yeah, I feel like I have so many dreams.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like thinking about that. I was like, man, I have so many dreams, and they can all come at any time, and yeah, maybe I won't be here. But one that stands out the most for me is just around building legacy for like my family and then everyone outside of that, and just growing from the community, like growing from within and out. And so one of my dreams is to definitely build land to have community living. And that's something that will more than likely hopefully happen while I'm here, and be able to pass along to those around me. So just kind of finding this way of living that's more communal, and the land is like tended to and taken care of, and it's just like passed down from generation to generation, to really appreciate nature. And like I kind of talked about that with massage school, of like connecting back to nature and like realizing how far away we've moved from it, and how badly we need to come back to the land, and like getting into the ground, and like listening to the wind, watching the trees, watching the animals, like literally just everything coming back to nature. Also putting that into our bodies, natural products.
Yes.
And so that's like the dream that I can see right now, and then like it just expands from there. And it's like, honestly, I haven't seen what that is yet, but it's going to be something great, and it feels like expansive and whole. So really just finding ways in which, so like I guess I'm just going to go ahead and talk about this.
Yes. Go.
Big thing that I would love to do within like the next 5 years is create community housing for artists and creatives who are either very much in similar positions as myself of like living a single life, and just needing to have like, so like I have 2 roommates and that helps us with like paying down like rent so we can pay all of our other bills and kind of get ourselves in a financial place to do more that can help our community, help ourselves, our families. And so my goal is to like kind of have like this homestead, I don't know what to call it, of like artists and creatives who want to come in and live for 3 to 6 months and just kind of like collaborate, get their projects off the ground, and just kind of have this co-housing concept. But also it's really like a creative workshop, and I would love to have like different office spaces along with like one big communal space so people can do anything that they want. I don't know how to build things, but like a craft spot would be great for.
Yes.
But that's like further than the 5 because I just don't have that knowledge. I need to find someone in a town that has.
I love that.
But yeah, just like building this community, because like I was saying, like when you're single and it's fine, like I feel comfortable in my singlehood. It's like also I get pressured from so many places to be more and do more, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm one single person. I don't share responsibilities with someone else. And so it's nice to kind of like have a living situation where responsibilities can be shared and just working through that. And so knowing that you're not lonely or alone, like you have community that's always there. And like sometimes we say it to each other, but like to really feel that is what I want to bring in, is like actually feeling like a community surrounds you. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, there's a reason why we're friends, but I'm just like, I love that you said that, because it really, to get into like a collaborative mindset, I've been thinking of something around that. And I was thinking of an academy sort of concept where we have artists and creatives who come in for, you know, a month residency or a year, you know, whatever it is, but we provide housing, we provide all the necessities so that you can just teach and do what you want to do. And like, I guess to pay is to teach and to learn how to teach. And then you can still, you know, there's all these resources at hand because it's a community built for creatives and artists. So knowing that this is something, I didn't realize this was something that you had. And this is why I love talking about our dreams and visions, because let's start aligning. I mean, all of it is already in alignment, but it's just like, oh my gosh, now that I know this, we should talk more about the details.
Sounds like a plan.
I've been kind of looking into land, like I'll like Google some stuff and see like, oh, there's like not that expensive over here. Like it is farther out, but I don't mind it. I think people here don't mind it.
It's like a retreat space too, you know?
Exactly. And like Dee and I were just like, let's just get a tiny home and park it on the land, and then have all of this land to like host events, to build if we want, you know what I mean? There's just so much beauty once we have it. So I love that you have that idea. I love that you shared that, because it totally resonates on a very deep level. Everything that you said, honestly, but that really hit me, because I was like, oh my God, I have someone else who wants to do the same thing that I want to do. Like, let's talk about it more down the road. But yes, I love that.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of us have that in mind, and we just need to find each other.
Yes. Exactly. I think most people generally are in that kind of, I don't want to label it as like socialist, but it is definitely, I feel like we have more of that guiding us, those set of values that guide us as well. Because we're kind of like, all right, guys, like history has at least taught us that we've had 2 world wars, and that's bullshit. And we're currently so disconnected that our grocery stores have the same vegetables and fruit, no matter what season it is. Let's talk about that. Like, let's think about that. But yes, I have nature right here.
Oh, exactly.
Yes. I just got him this like new perch yesterday. I went to this parrot shop. It's called Parrot U. It's in Charlotte. And it's just all parrots, all birds. So when you walk in, you're just like, whoop, like with all the sound of birds going fucking crazy. And it was actually really cool. It was so cute to see, like, there's some really cute, I think they're called lovebirds or cockatoos, but they're like blue. And it's just like, whoa, like that's a pretty ass color that I never thought a bird or anything can hold, but it was just really cool.
You'll have to take a picture or something.
What? I
have to take a picture or something and send it.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to send you a picture. I don't remember what they're called, but definitely. It was like a turquoise blue almost. It was epic.
Nice.
Yeah. But yes, I feel you on all this. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for listening.
Yeah. And then what does day-to-day look like in Shakira's life?
Oh man. Scattered. I don't know. Day to day, it depends. So as a massage therapist, I have to be in a location to do that. So going to work is a thing. And I've really enjoyed working from home when we were like all in quarantine and massage therapists just couldn't work due to the state regulations. And so I got very used to like just being creative at home, making things and drawing art, painting with my housemates and things like that. And so now it's slightly more structured. I'm doing like the 8 a.m. meditations, and then I do a little yoga practice, have brunch, go to work, come home, teach a class. So that's kind of like a day-to-day thing. I also spend my day learning how to play the drums. So I'll put like 30 minutes in every day to play the drums. I put 15 minutes in learning Spanish. It's not as much as I need to be doing, but Duolingo, I'm like, all right, I've done a little bit for today and I got my 165-day little fire thing going on. And I'm like, word. That's like what keeps me going. I'm like, I've consistently done this 165 days. Just keep going.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah. So it's just like adding in little things that are fun that I can do as well. Hiking is also a big part of that. So maybe 2 to 3 days a week, I'll also go to the Eno and just like have a little hike. So,
hit me up for that shit.
Got you. Next time.
I love hiking, and here, well, now I don't have a car, but even when I did have a car, I didn't think about it. And it was just like, oh, now that I don't, I'm now thinking of it. Like, of course, that's how it works, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, I appreciate that so much. I just love seeing what people do in kind of their daily life, because it's so encompassing of who you are. You know, it embodies also the future that you want to create. And so it's beautiful that I love that with quarantine, I think some of us have actually blossomed even more. I feel like I have, in a way. You know, I've learned also more about how sometimes my nutrition is a little bit lacking, where I haven't provided enough resources for myself to feel set up for success. And that creates anxieties, and then it just perpetuates. And then I'm like, whoa, it's fine. Like, it's really not that bad. Like, there are people in worse situations, but also I can do something with this knowledge. So definitely a good time, good learning, a lot of unlearning. So
a lot of unlearning. That's good.
It's
a lot of unlearning.
Very exhausting sometimes. That is very, very true.
Yeah, it is exhausting, but it's also rewarding. Like, once you are able to unlearn that behavior, it's just like, or habit or whatever it was, it's just like, oh, this new pathway feels so much more in alignment with who I am. And I definitely have to stay on that path. So yeah, I feel like that's also why, like, going into work for a set amount of hours a day to do massage felt so weird at first. I was like, this is not normal. Why am I doing this? Like, I should be able to just play around with it, kind of have like a break in between, so I can breathe and the room can breathe. You know, it's just like thinking about all these new ways. So,
yeah. Yeah. And like shifting systems that used to work and then now don't because of we've outgrown it.
Right.
And the faster we're able to recognize it, definitely the more in alignment we find ourselves in. Do you ever feel like we can ever, I guess, do you ever feel like there's going to be a point in time where you're like fully in alignment? I guess no, right?
I don't think I will experience that. I don't know if any of us will ever experience that. I don't know the answer. I do believe that like when you feel aligned, you will know it. But we always step out of alignment because of like our human nature of just like desire. That's like one of the biggest things. It's like we always will desire more.
Yeah.
And from that desire, we are also creating suffering, we're creating harm, and at some point we'll be in alignment and we'll float out. And it's just like the wave of just like, here we are, we're in it, and then we flow out of it. And I feel like that will always be kind of what we experience until in yoga we talk about samadhi, which is like this all-knowing aspect kind of thing of just like, oh, this is where I am. And that's like the end result. And usually they say when you're actually dying, if you focus on the word Om, that you can reach somebody that way too. And that's just like another aspect. So for me, it's just like, I don't know the answer. I have no idea. I can read scriptures and spiritual texts and they all will say something different. So I just know what I feel. And sometimes I feel, ooh, I'm on the wave. I am riding the wave. We here, we together. And then sometimes like the drop that's outside of the wave just kind of hanging out by itself. And it's like, something's over here. I need to address it so I can get back into the wave. That's that unlearning. That's that addressing that deeper self, like getting into the depths of who you are and like being okay with that and learning that we all have those dark phases, but we have to work through it. We have to name the thing and just say, hey, how do I want to move forward from here? We can't. I don't want anyone to sit in that place for too long because I know how that feels. It is dark and it is scary, but it's like also let's step up out of that and just notice something different and how can we change to move in this direction. So
Yes, I love that. I just wrote ride the wave, address what takes us away from that feeling. That's very, very powerful. I agree with all of that. I love that. And it's interesting to see like how religion, how different things in history have tried to encompass those feelings so that it can be taught to future generations. And I think it's also interesting, like I've gotten more spiritual over the past like year and two, just as I've been really getting more into myself and my own journey and recognizing, we're all connected, but kind of where that connection also produces more through whatever energy that we're creating, it's definitely this crazy aspect. I think the more and more we connect, the more we have faith in ourselves. I think that's ultimately what maybe religion tried to do, and then it became a little bit, certain institutions took it over and kind of ruined that aspect of it. But I love that. And actually, we have another guest. So Shakira, you're obviously welcome to stay on, but I also don't want to pressure, keep anyone past, what they're comfortable with. But I'm just going to add Cristo on to our chat today. Hello.
hey.
I have a bird, so that's the reason why I can hear a lot of that in the background. But if you guys can't hear yourselves or can't hear me, just let me know. But yes, so Shakira is and I'll let Shakira talk a little bit more if you want to. But she is a massage therapist and yoga instructor. So she's been talking about her business, and then overall we've been also talking about just other topics that come at hand. But Cristo and I met the day that Biden's results kind of came out, and we were just on the street of, I think it was Wilmington Street in downtown Raleigh, and we were just out there with our love while on the other side of the street, we had the Trumpers. And Cristo was representing Poder NC, but feel free to talk a little bit more about what you do.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say, Shakira?
Oh, yes.
Well, I am probably going to head out pretty soon, maybe in like 5 minutes, 6 minutes. So I don't know. I feel like I've been talking about myself for so long.
I love it. Well, okay, let me write down, because I've kind of been, as a outro, just like, where can people reach you? All these things.
Yeah. So you can reach me on Instagram, Uplift Your Soul, and Uplift is with a Y. You can also come to my website, which is trainingtorelax.com, because I'm helping you train to relax and uplift your soul. And so, yeah, so those are places to reach me. Again, I'm here in Durham and close to like Broad Street, 9th Street, where I'm working. And then also at Sahaja Space in Durham, which is a yoga and wellness studio. And so right now I'm the Healing Space Catalyst there. And if you have any kind of healing art that you would like to share, or if you're looking for a space to record videos for a course, we have beautiful space. There's so much gorgeous, like the floors are awesome. The fireplace is amazing. So like if you need any of that and you're in Durham, just like hit me up and let me know. Again, I'm Shakira Bethea. I use Instagram the most, or my website. Don't find me on Facebook because I will not respond. And it's just that.
Yes. And wait, remind me what the studio name was again?
Sahaja Space. So SAHAJA Space Durham.
Okay. Show off your heart. Record.
Yeah, like space for recording. It's really nice. I've recorded a few videos in there. I do recommend like having a connection for a mic. We have a mic there, but like if you have a USB port, like my iPad doesn't have that, so I just use regular phone. But yeah, you can use our tools.
Yes, yes. Love that. Thank you for sharing. I've been thinking of like transitioning one of my rooms kind of into a recording studio for people to come and use it too. So yes. What?
You were telling me about that.
Oh, yes, yes. Exactly. Exactly. Ah, well, thank you for sharing. I don't know. Are you able to see these comments, by the way?
I don't know where to see comments. Oh,
I just realized I've been like writing all these comments. I'm like, I hope that like.
Oh, even yeah. Right.
Okay, awesome. Yay. We're just, I like to say that I'm spamming the world, even though none of my shit is spam, because all my shit is gold. Well, thank you for coming on today, love. This was so nice. Awesome. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. I'm going to go ahead and hop off and get ready for work, and I'll check in later.
Yes. Have a good day.
Good to meet you.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Kind of sleepy.
Dude, I feel that. I slept from like 4 to 8 a.m. and I was just like, all right, gotta get on here, gotta get my interviews, gotta get shit done.
Yeah, I was on for a bit last night. I was checking when you guys had just started.
Yeah.
I was watching it for a bit, but I fell asleep.
I know, right? I was just like, at a certain point, I was like, I can't even finish reading this first chapter of this book because I'm so tired. But I'm so glad you were able to catch it. It was so random. Also, he is kind of loud. Nope, not feeling it. He's gonna continue screaming in the background. But yes, I'm glad that you're able to catch that, because yeah, we were just chatting at random. We were just like smoking and just talking to random like Twitch people.
Yeah.
And I was just like Val came on, and he and I hadn't like met before. We just like were in each other's circles. So it's funny that he like saw my Facebook live stream, and then ended up hopping on to play some piano. I was just like, yes, like I love when you just open yourself up to the universe, and the universe just like responds accordingly with gifting you with like the people or like the moment or the vibe, and it's just great. Yes. So yes, Cristo, tell us a little bit about what you do, maybe the organizations that you work for, or just intro of just who you are. Let's go with that.
Yeah, for sure. So I actually just moved to Raleigh. I think you said you actually just moved here, right? How long have you been here?
I got here in August 2019.
Oh, okay, so it's been over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I moved here about 6 months ago, 5 or 6 months ago. So I'm pretty new to the area. I come from Yadkin County. It's a small rural town here in North Carolina. But so yeah, I after I graduated high school, I was working at like Chick-fil-A and warehouse back home, and that just wasn't it for me. I couldn't, that wasn't what I was looking to do. I had been part of this program called Juntos back home, which is actually here based in NCSU. And so what this program was about, it focused on higher education for the Latinx community and Latinx students and high school level to go to college and get a degree and stuff like that. And so I kind of became passionate about that, about education and how, in rural counties and rural spaces, especially in states like North Carolina, there's not a lot of resources for minorities and whatnot. And so yeah, when I graduated, that was actually the last year that the program was funded in my county, and after that, we lost the grant we had, so it no longer existed, and so no one else was able to kind of take advantage of these opportunities, and I kind of wanted to do something about that. So I decided, literally from one day to another, I packed my bags and I told my parents, I'm like, I have some connections down in Raleigh. I know some people I've met over the years, and I didn't have a vehicle back then, and I didn't have a place to go, like an apartment or anything. But I really just packed my bags one day and drove down here. And I used to feel like it was forever because it's like 3 hours away. The drive was so long. Now I go back and forth every like weekend, and it doesn't feel like it
I
is.
love that. I love that.
Yeah. And so yeah, I would just hear I applied to literally like 10 jobs, and I didn't get accepted to any. No lie, I didn't get accepted to any job. So I was stressing out, right? Um, but a friend of mine, more like a role model that I had met. She works for the College Foundation North Carolina, CFNC, Juan Hernandez. She was able to hook me up with a recommendation for the health department, and I applied. And so that was bilingual. They were in need of bilingual people, especially in the COVID outbreak. And so that's kind of where I began, where I got started. I got that job, and with that job, I was able to get an apartment, get a car, and then surprisingly, things just started going really well, more well than I expected. And I started looking for other orgs, connecting with other connectors I had in the area, kind of getting myself out there. I was wanting to focus like in school, just go back to school and finish and everything. But I'm glad things turned out the way that they did, because now I'm still studying, but I'm working at the same time, kind of realizing that yeah, school is important, but like I love that in the area that I'm wanting to be in, it's a little bit more flexible than a lot of other areas. I connected with a friend of mine that I had met out in Juntos. She used to be the state director for some time, Ileana, and right now she's a people power director for NC. I was able to get a fellowship with them there, and so what we've done there at Full NC Action was a lot of canvassing, phone bankings, and text bankings, and we focused on, reaching out to the Latinx community of North Carolina that did not vote in 2016, and also the younger kids that were not turning 18 and were able to vote, to make sure we had a bigger, percentage than before to get our people out to vote, endorsing local candidates that we believed we're going to help our state. And then, that kind of also made me a little bit more mature and helped me grow. I was working with people, finally making friends. And after that, I also got a job at the Hispanic Federation. So, like, they serve the whole country too. I was helping,
You work like with 4 different organizations?
Yeah, during this last few months with the political campaigning, I had like 5 different jobs.
Yeah, crazy. Well,
Yeah.
go
And the Hispanic Federation was kind of similar. They did a lot of phone banking. They served like New York, California, and Florida, and Georgia, and some other states. So that was awesome, getting to speak with people from all over the country. And we would have to work late because there was time differences. but that was awesome. And then after that, after the whole after it ended, after the elections, after we did our last efforts to reach out to our people, I applied to Isla and they're, I think, like in Durham, Chapel Hill area. And so I also got the job there. I was not expecting to get that job. I am now a project coordinator for Isla NC, focusing on the outreach and civic engagement for the community, for the parents. Isla is like a school for younger kids. They teach about the culture, their language. We try to help students not lose their roots. We help
Wait,
them.
is this called Isla?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah. So ISLA stands for Immersion for Spanish Language Acquisition. And yeah, so like we also have connections with other orgs around the state, and we help provide the resources our families need, as well as help our students, connect more with their roots, with their culture, not lose their language. So it's like a weekend school, pretty much. But I fell in love with the program too, working with the staff, and the students, and the parents. And with everything, I'm still like studying. I'm at Wake Tech, but I'm also taking a class at UMass, the University of Massachusetts. So yeah, that's kind of like the highlights, the biggest parts of what I've been up to these past few months, what I'm doing now. And I'm really just seeing where everything takes me. I'm 19. I actually turned 18 a few weeks ago. And it's crazy.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much. It's crazy when I go back home to see my family and parents, and they're like, "What do you do?" And I really don't know what to say. I feel like in our, or at least for me, my community back home is not focused on this type of work. They're more focused on like labor, on work in the fields and agriculture and stuff like that. So or factories, And when I go back and I'm a community organizer, a project coordinator, these weird terms for them, they don't understand, and that's something I've kind of been struggling with for a time, trying to get them to understand that I do have a real job and I do get paid, and I'm studying, I'm just doing what I can. But yeah.
I feel all of what you just said. I just wrote out struggling to explain to family and back home community what we do, because I think that's the part of like leaving toxic. I mean, I'm not trying to say you have, but like there's a thing about leaving generational trauma behind and letting that be behind us and trying to move forward is such a one. And that kind of goes back to what Shakira and I were talking about in terms of like alignment, like just getting more and more aligned with our path. And sometimes that means we do lose our alignment with family. And that's not necessarily, that's definitely not our fault. If anything, we're the ones growing. There's people who still have yet to, hit that part of their timeline. Cutie's like, I know. Yes. But I definitely struggle to explain myself to even anyone sometimes with the work I do, because right now it's like I do 10 things. Do you really want me to put a title on it? Is that what makes you more comfortable? Like do you want me to use words that like you recognize so that you kind of get it, but it doesn't still encompass what I really feel like I do? And I think we're kind of at that point in life too, where we're just kind of leaving even the traditions of corporate lifestyle, you know, of like with now working from home, so many people, which already disrupts that whole system that was in place. He gets very hyped when I get hyped. So I'm trying to not get too hyped right now. But I also wanted to connect with the Isla aspect where I actually studied Spanish from kindergarten through 5th grade, full immersion.
Awesome.
It was a daily, it was like a international school is what it was called, the international school. And it was in Portland, Oregon. So that's where I was born. And I spoke Chinese, Mandarin, and Cantonese at home. And then I had Saturday school for Mandarin. And then during day school, it was Spanish. And then we had like one class for English, and then art and PE was in English. So I love that that exists because I've been trying to figure out kind of what my version is here. So that one, I want to build up on that side of it where I want more and more opportunities for kids to get connected, to stay grounded in their culture and language, and also for other kids who may want to come through and learn about a new language or a new culture and just get more in tune with also, you know, the beauty of the school I went to was that all teachers had to be native. So they had to be from the country that they were teaching the language of. And so it was neat because I had a Colombian teacher, I had a Mexican teacher, I had a Venezuelan teacher, I had Spanish teacher. So it was really neat to also learn obviously the vocabulary that's unique to, you know, each country. But it added to my repertoire and my psychology and my linguistics understanding. And it really just adds to our brain power. When we learn obviously something new, but obviously even more than that, a language that becomes like entrenched in our identity too. And I feel like just by that, I feel so much more connected to quote unquote the Hispanic community in the United States, just because like, hey, we're here. Like I grew up literally speaking your language as well as my family's language. But then I physically obviously look more obviously Chinese. And then, but I'm like American. And I think that's also the beauty of like what American is and what being a US person is. And that we're so more than just what we look like. We're more than just, you know, our name shows and all these things. So I just went off into a tangent about that. But yes.
We actually do also have, right now, since it's virtual, our kids are meeting virtual. We have teachers from other countries that are actually in other countries at this moment, teaching the kids. It's awesome.
I love that. Yeah, I wanted to kind of like basically recreate what my school was and just employ folks and that's the thing, right? There's so much bullshit when it comes to like, even if you're a student coming from one country to here, you have to like take all these additional classes. And I'm like, bro, like they're probably already smarter than most high schools here. So like what? Making them repeat a year just to like fuck with. So many thoughts about that. But I think that it's just so awesome to continue elevating who we already have in North Carolina. You know, there's so many folks here that already speak Spanish, that already know the culture, that are from the country themselves, that have immigrated here. And it's like, why not? They most likely were teachers back at home, or all of these different jobs that they held, but now can't because of accreditation dumb shit that we have in terms of limiting people's possibilities and all that. So not trying to vent on a 10:53 a.m. call, but also sometimes the world just forces you into venting about it. Right. I love that age is just a number, but I appreciate that you're doing so much for the communities in so many ways at such a young age. I think that I wish, and I see more and more of that. Like, for example, I was reading, maybe I left it. Oh, like last night I was kind of reading Warcross. This was the book that like I'm gonna read if I ever have time throughout today. But it was recommended by my partner's nieces, or just one of them. But she's like 13 and she reads all this like dystopian adventure, like fantasy, but also like truly like reality kind of books. And I really appreciate, and she recommended this. And I love seeing how much like social media and technology affects like kids these days and how they learn so much from it, but at the same time can get very overstimulated. But yeah, it's so many things. But I just appreciate that like we're just having more and more information at a younger age, and we can like decipher it on our own, and we don't need to depend on our parent or caregiver to like inform us of the world. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, a big thing for me too was back home throughout my high school career life, the years I was in high school. I was really involved in my church, so I went to a Catholic church back home, and like I always speak about this to like people, you know, in private, and you know, realizing we're alive. I don't think I ever spoke about this like publicly, but I feel like it's really important to share these kind of stories because I wasn't sure if it was with Shakira this morning or last night. You guys spoke about religion a little bit. I don't remember when that was. I think I heard.
Wait, what was the specific thing that we were talking about?
Religion. I think you guys brought up religion.
Oh yeah, I was talking about because like in terms of like spirituality, like that's something that I really, really resonate with over the past few years when I've kind of been getting more into it. But I also feel like there's this starting to split away from institutional religion, and I think people are starting to also kind of wake up and understand that there's a lot of toxicities in that world and a lot of structures that aren't sustainable in the long term, and has completely defined religion to be something that it isn't anymore. You know, it's become more cultish in some ways. I think people who are truly religious at heart already exude that without the label. You know what I mean? So I love that day when we were standing out there, and I loved when there are those signs from the Christians who said, you know, Christians are here to love. We're not here to support someone who only, I don't remember everything that they wrote, but I appreciated that aspect of it. I loved how diverse in representation we were of like what it is to be like not supporting of the red side. Like we're not necessarily blue, but we understand electoral college is rigged. So yeah. And then big question of the day, of course, is what are your dreams and your visions of the future? And it doesn't have to be in your lifetime, but I think that it's beautiful to just talk about that regardless if it is in our lifetime.
Yeah, and like that's kind of why I did bring up the religion part because so like back home, like I said, I was really involved in my church, my Catholic church back home, and I helped coordinate our youth group and you know activities and community service and stuff like that. But it got to the point like whenever I grew older in high school and also got more interested in advocating, and you know the Juntos program would bring us to Raleigh, to NC State, to you know have summer camps and stuff like that. And that's kind of where my eyes opened a little bit because I met you know professors and older college students, and you know they were doing what we're doing. You know they're also advocating, they're also fighting for their rights and stuff like that. And so I got a little bit more interested in stuff. I started doing more protesting, and you know just opening up my mind about how bad people are being treated, you know, and how my parents are undocumented and how they didn't have the same rights as I did. I never really thought about that until then. um yeah, I was confused how they had made it that far, you know, how hard they had worked to make it that far. And you know when I would start going back to my community, back to my church and talking about these things, but people would try to shut me up about it. You know, I kind of started to be more open-minded at church too, with the things going on at our church, with you know how they treated the people, how they made other people feel, especially the young kids. And I started to realize that it wasn't all fun and games. You know, it was actually hurtful. Um, I had actually left the church for a few months to come to Raleigh to do some work, and then when I got back, I went to a meeting we had where they actually kicked me out of the youth group and told me I didn't belong there because of my views, because of the way I was influencing the kids. I was being open about it, and that kind of affected me because I had been there for like 4 years, and that was kind of what I was looking to do, focus on the youth group and help the kids. So then after I moved to Raleigh and everything happened, one of my dreams or like my goals is to kind of be able to bring opportunities to open up the minds of people in rural towns, of especially the kids, the next generation. I feel like we have more hope with them. They'll be more open-minded if we start teaching them young about the issues of the world. I feel like a lot of people don't like to speak to their children about what's going on because they're young, but I feel like it's really important to let them know, to be real with them and not wait till life hits them in the ass and bites them, and then they're lost and they don't know what to do. They can't go to their parents because their parents never, were like that with them, and they're lost. And I feel like that's why we have a lot of students and a lot of kids that get lost in life. I know a lot of my friends that I used to have back church, they started realizing a lot of these things, and a lot of them aren't religious anymore, or inside their church, and like I would hate that. Like I still believe that I have my faith and my values, but I don't necessarily believe that I have to do as I'm told, or that I have to, you know, agree with everything the church teaches. Like since I moved here, I've been more like pro-choice and stuff like that, just because I know that I'm a guy and I'll never be able to feel what a woman feels, and I've seen a lot of people here think that same way. Whereas if back home, if I were to mention something about it, I would be told I would go to hell, like I have many times. So that's been an issue for me, just really dealing with my religious community and family. Um, Even like with the whole elections, I've been working for uh, like I guess Democratic campaigns and stuff like that. And so a lot of my family looks at me weird, and they're like, "How are you going to support, uh, someone that's okay with abortion, that's okay with killing babies and stuff like that?" And my answer is always like, "Well, how are you going to support someone who's insulting you all the time? Someone who's literally actually harming you physically now that you're alive, and like all these things." But yeah, I guess my dreams and goals would be that to reach out to first my community back home, where I left. I feel like I left in a lot of bad terms with a lot of people, and I'd like to fix that before anything else. But be able to really do that everywhere. There's a lot of places that needs some type of reform, some type of open mind to show people the importance of like community organizing, coming together, of the nonprofit world, and how making changes starts with oneself. Looking at yourself in the mirror and see how you can improve yourself first before you want to help anyone else. I really had to work on myself first before I could help and do this type of work, because I had a lot of issues as well. And mental health is just like self-care, mental health, stuff like that. To teach people that it's okay to think about yourself first every now and then. If you need to see a therapist or something like that, it's okay to talk to people. It's okay to you know ground your body, and these stuff that I'm really new to, because I've been needing to do a lot of this recently with all the stress going on. But I've met a lot of people that are like healers and stuff like that, and they have taught me a little bit about what it is to feel your body, and breathe right and stuff like that, to help you. And I'm still learning, but there's people that literally have no clue about it and don't believe in stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's so accurate. I'm glad you shared that. Thank you for expressing all of that. That's definitely, it's a journey. I personally don't have like a strong religious background, so I've never necessarily walked away from something, but I understand where like the family ties, community ties can be so deep that it feels like ego death is a very interesting feeling by itself, but it's like totally on a whole other level. I'm going to bring in Dr. Eric Hahn from Hahn Chiropractic. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. So.
Good. I feel like you caught the tail end of that. So I don't know if you had anything that you wanted to share, but Cristo and I met while we were basically just loving on the protesters after the Biden results came out. We were just in downtown Raleigh and came across each other while we were just standing there supporting the love that we have in our nation. But yeah, we most recently, I guess, this last topic, we just kind of fell into this topic about religion. For me, I was talking about, spirituality for me has become a lot bigger in the past few years as I've been kind of aligning with my path and finding, learning more about myself and finding my truth. And I don't know if you have anything. I mean, Eric is an amazing everything. I appreciate the energy, the moment like we met, and the explanations that Eric has also given about just how energy forms in the body. And all of that, I feel like I would not have understood without first also understanding like kind of the energy of the world. So yeah, if you want to share a little bit about yourself and how your day is going, go ahead.
Yep, my day's going all right. Now, who's got is it a cockatiel that we're hearing in the background? Okay, so
yep, I'm like trying to mute so that it doesn't.
Yeah, keep going.
Your mic because he's so loud.
Yeah, well, he got my dog all excited right before he clicked me in. My dog started barking, going. Woof, woof, woof. I'm like, shh, it's in someone else's house. So the thing I'd like to really like to talk about with what Cristo was saying was, you're on a journey, right? You came to this earth and you have some experience that you already had, in this particular timeline. But then on top of that, it's so much more expansive than that. And the thing that you really need to understand is the spirits that are coming to the earth at this time they're more advanced, more evolved, and literally are coming to this earth now to help heal it. And so some of the things that you're experiencing, your parents have had no framework to understand. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, as you continue on your journey, because I've been on this earth for 46 years, and it's like, I've been through a lot of different things like that. And I was fortunate enough to have a father who understood what an empath was way back into the 70s. And so when I was like, start crying because my brothers were getting spanked, it was like, he's like, well, you're doing that because you're an empath. You feel like their pain. And I just thought that was normal. But then here recently, my older brother has 3 children, and his youngest is a really powerful empath, and he had no frame of reference to understand it. And I'm like, wow, well, you grew up in the same house. How did I get this and you didn't? Well, because we're distinctly separate individuals, distinctly different beings. And for his life and his journey on this earth, it hasn't been something that's been important for him to understand. But for me, especially getting into chiropractic and healing, it's funny, I had introduced myself to a friend at one point. It's like, as opposed to saying I'm a chiropractor, my introduction was, well, I'm a healer. Because chiropractic is like one tool, one method that I've been able to use in my life here to help people, experience powerful healing. But it's like one aspect of it. Because, you can go to a chiropractor, you can go to an osteopath, you can go to a Russian bone setter, you can go to a massage therapist, and they all have different healing gifts. And the human body has this amazing capacity to heal and to overcome. But, we're constrained by that, the construct of, all processes take time. So it's like, there's a time element to healing, and, and all understanding takes time. And so where you're at with your particular journey, having come from, a specific religious background and kind of more getting expansive in your thoughts, it's a really, you're at an amazing journey, and you're going to help and help heal a lot of people.
Yeah, it's awesome. Are you from the area?
Yep, my office is in North Raleigh.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, I was telling Tammy, right? Is that your name?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm new to like the whole healing and stuff like that. But it's awesome to see people that truly believe in it and are, have some sort of experience, and hopefully I can learn from it and be able to share with with my community, like I was mentioning, I feel like it's really important to go to those places where they don't know about it and be able to share a little bit about it.
Yeah. The key though is to understand, like, you've got to be able to touch points that they do understand. And so, for me, talking about, like, chiropractors talk about what they call innate intelligence, the energy that heals the body, all right, or the energy that is solicitous towards, the material structure that you consider your body to keep it organized and operating, on the earth. But, if you go into different cultures, like you look at, chi energy is one, and some people talk about divine energy. And it's all similar words. Like, the Mormons have a word they talk about Holy Spirit. And it's like, it's all the same stuff. And so they'll fight with each other saying, oh, you don't get it, you don't get it, you don't get it. And it's like, well, no, they do. They just use different words.
Yeah.
And so when you understand that trying to fight about the words is futile, if you can just move right beyond that, you'll find a lot more peace and a lot more harmony in introducing a construct to someone, because you won't feel like you have to tell them, oh, this is chi or this is whatever. You Google, the idea of making a chi ball, like an energy ball. And it's funny because it's like anybody can do it, but first you have to know that there's something to look for. And so it's like one thing to say, oh, I saw this on a cartoon when I was 6. Well, yeah, you did. And it's a true thing, but what do you do with it? Or did you listen enough to pay attention to say, oh, wait, there's something I can do with that?
Yeah.
Kind of moves it to that next level.
Yeah, no, I appreciate when you were just explaining, like, the size of the body and how it relates to also, like, your parents. And, it's very interesting how all of these things are just so, everything is connected, but it's also, like, interesting when you start getting into the details of what connects to what. And you're just like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, that makes sense why my left side is a lot more loud.
Yep.
Cristo, I also wanted to mention, if you needed to head off, feel free to do so. But if you want to keep chatting,
I have work to get done.
Yeah. So nice to chat with you.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Eric. And thank you for having me, Tammy.
Pleasure meeting you, Cristo.
Okay.
All right.
No, it's just going to be us for a little bit. 11/11. Happy 11/11.
11/11 on 11/11.
Yes. What a moment. 11/11 on 11/11. And I get to spend it with Dr. Eric Hahn.
So real quick, where are people able to find this stream? Because I actually have a person next to me who's trying to find it online.
Yeah, so they can go to my website, and actually let me www.justbuildedcages.com. I know I've been, like, learning a lot through this whole process of, like, what should I do and what should I not do? But yeah, so that's my website. They can go there. And then right now it's focused on the 11/11 event. They can click on the title to go to YouTube, which is where this live stream is also on. But they can also, if they click into that part of the website, they'll also see another link. But try that. If not, Just Gilded Cages on YouTube, I guess, also explains it.
Okay. Just Gilded Cages. JUSTGILDED. Cages.
Okay.
.com. You click on the 11/11. I'm talking her through it right now. Actually, I got shocked. So I didn't know to click on the 11/11 manifesting the future us. And that'll take you through YouTube. Now the funny thing is I got to get back to my StreamYard tab. There we are.
Yeah.
All right.
Were they able to find it?
She pulled it up right now. She's I see a hanger of us on her screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's your cockatiel's name? Is it a cockatiel?
Yes, my cockatiel is now climbing the cage because he loves to do that sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And his name is Cutie.
Aww.
Yeah, so Bianca, Dee's sister-in-law, had him for like 20 plus years. So he's an old man. Like, from what I understand, that puts Cutie at like 30, 40, I think.
Oh wow.
Sure, like in human years. But Yeah, so it's pretty.
I used to have a lot of I had 3 or 4 cockatiels and some parakeets and stuff when I was a little kid. And I thought they were getting kind of old and like, you know, they weren't doing well. And so I found a bird club, and I took the pair, you know, the 3 of them out to a bird club and gave them to the president and said, you know, I'm going off to college. I just don't have, you know, can't take them to the dorms. And so this woman, you know, and they had a couple of clutches of babies. They had a breeding pair, and the babies were super smart. Like the dad, his name was Rodan, and he was just dumb as a rock. But no, his name was Max. Rodan was the other. My aunt had one as well. He was dumb as a rock, but the babies that he and Baby had made were super, super smart and like really quite accomplished in the bird world as far as like and all sorts of stuff. But it was funny because I gave them to this president lady. She fed them properly because like apparently they didn't have enough calcium. It's kind of a big thing when they're breeding. And we had a cuttle bone there, but they weren't really ingesting enough calcium. But they went on and just bred for years, you know, and just had babies after babies after babies that, you know, kind of continued on. So yeah, it's neat. You know, I love the cockatiels and different birds like that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yesterday, so we were in Charlotte to pick up a computer, and on our way back, we had lunch at this Peruvian restaurant, of course. And then right nearby in that same plaza, there was this place called Parrot U. So of course we had to walk in, and we were like just like smashed in the face with all the noise of like all the birds just chirping away. And then it was so cute because they're kind of what is it called? Like kind of a rehab space. So there's some parrots where you could tell like, you know, someone, one of their owners had smoked a lot. And so it went into their follicles and just damaged that. Some of them like maybe picked at their, you know, due to their diet. So it's just like really interesting to see the work that Parrot U is what the place is called, that what they're doing, and just like seeing all the types of birds right there. And like, it's different than a pet store, even though it is a pet store in a sense. But I just love to see all the different, like I think they're called lovebirds, really tiny ones, right? And I remember the color of one of them, like a few of them were blue, one of them was like a turquoise, and I was like, dang, like that's so pretty. It's so neat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like
Yep, bring it back to chiropractic, what we were talking about. Yeah, so what I do in my office is different than a lot of chiropractors that you know are out there. Because when we go to chiropractic school, they talk about things like innate intelligence, and they talk about, you know, how that energy runs the body. But then when they get into the application of adjusting and looking for subluxation and all that sort of thing, they kind of throw the, you know, that metaphysical construct kind of out the door, and they start looking for fixation. But it goes beyond that. Like you had mentioned earlier, it's like, you know, they talk about, you know, I remember our second try class, they were talking when they first introduced the sacrum. We have to study, you know, each individual bone and all the different nooks and crannies. But they were talking about that sacrum, and then the statement the instructor had said was, you know, ancient civilizations, you know, believed that we stored the spirits of our ancestors in the sacrum. And I thought that was kind of an interesting, you know, statement. But at the time, you know, 15 years ago, it didn't mean much to me. But after I'd met a guy who kind of pointed me down the path where I'm at now, it was like, oh, okay, so we store these emotional experiences in our pelvis. And so, like you had mentioned before, in females, that left side is female side stuff and the right side is male side stuff. And it's neat because that understanding came around with D.D. Palmer, the guy that founded chiropractic over 100 years ago. But his son, BJ, was always looking for what he called the hole-in-one, like one adjustment that would fix everything. And he really focused a lot on the upper cervical area, the area just right below the skull. And he, you know, his father's work really concentrated on transitional areas and looking at, you know, nerve tracing and finding, you know, where the body was really looking for help. And so getting back to that, like research today is actually showing it's a neurological disruption that actually leaves the body vulnerable to injury. And so, like, you've seen people, you know, on a football field, like tear an Achilles tendon. Well, a healthy Achilles tendon, you know, can withstand up to 3,000 pounds of force. How do you generate through over 3,000 pounds of force to tear, you know, a tendon on a football field? Well, you don't. What you see is a neurologically vulnerable tendon or an already damaged or injured tendon being damaged further by excessive force on the field. And so it's like that science and technology is catching up with truths that have been around for over 100 years and probably over 1,000 years. But when I'm working on patients, and what we're looking at are the pelvis, especially left side for females is female, right side is male, and for males it's opposite. Left side is male for males, right side is female, and you see these patterns kind of persist, and those persistent patterns, the overuse of those, leaves that patient vulnerable to injury. And so you see, hey, I've got this thing on the right side. It's like, well, that's male side stuff. So let's start with looking at relationship with the first male that we probably ever met or should have met and didn't, being your father. And then there's things that you build on top of that, because you reuse those reflex patterns in order to conserve energy. And you find you've got an uncle or a brother or a boss that triggers those same patterns that you've been experiencing back when you were 1 and 2 and 0 with dad. You kind of pull those things up because they conserve energy and resources. But now those reflexes aren't beneficial to you. They're leaving you vulnerable to injury. And so I'm about to be visited by my dog. But that vulnerability is what leaves people to be uncomfortable and miserable. And so what I really focus on in my treatment and care of patients is clearing those things out so that they can be living in the now, as opposed to expressing experiences from their past.
Oh, I realized that I've been muted this whole time. But I said hello to the puppy.
His name is Rock. His name is Rocky.
Rocky, yes, that's what it was. I can never remember, but Rocky's so cute. I love that he popped up.
Yeah,
on
he loves to get attention. He's like, hey.
Hey, I feel that hard. So then, in terms of what you do, like, do you ever find yourself ending up like? Obviously, you're in a sense a therapist, but do you find yourself kind of hearing a lot of people's like childhood traumas?
Oh yeah, definitely. But the key that I share with people is I don't need to know the specifics in order to help you heal. Not like a therapist. They sit there and you tell them stories and you tell them, and they kind of help you reframe and change your perception of those experiences or whatever. But what I'm looking at is that neurological response in the body. And so you can visualize that experience, that thought, that person, whatever it is, however best you access it. And we clear out that reflex pattern. And then once that reflex pattern has been released, I tell patients it's really easy. Just don't pick it up again. But oftentimes people do, because it's the easiest thing, to say, oh, wait, this is something I've had with me for 10 or 15 years and I'm comfortable with it. And so they pick it right back up and hold on to it. And so I have patients, who have cleared out stuff, very traumatic stuff, abuse, molestation, injury, whatever those experiences are. And then, or it come the holidays and they start having the same, back hip pain. And my favorite line from patients is, I don't know what I did to flare this up again. And it's like, well, we're getting near like, an anniversary date or a holiday. And, these things, you'll pick them back up. My favorite was this woman, I had helped her clear out some stuff. And it was right around, like, her son had just graduated and he was going off to visit his extended family. And apparently some truths had not been told to the extended family about, this person's, father. And she was like, this was like a mama bear afraid that her grandparents are going to ask him about this guy. And, they've never been told the truth that this father had spent some time in prison for things that he had done. And it was like, she's like, I don't know what I did, but my right hip, which is that male side stuff, it's all jacked up. I'm like, well, see what's going on with your son. And she's like, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's been a few years back now, and she doesn't have those. She doesn't pick that thing up anymore. But it's so funny when she was going through that, letting it go, because her little baby was about to have to deal with this thing again, and that just fired everything right back up in her.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's like some forensic kind of stuff.
Oh, really is. So I
Yeah.
had a patient here a few weeks back. And this is kind of interesting because it's stuff that you never would imagine, like that you find in a patient, right? And so this woman, was in her 20s, very young in her 20s, and she was having sacral, because this is a thing I found interesting. That left and right, when I had learned this from, my, I'll call my mentor, male and female stuff makes sense. But I started seeing a lot of people who were clearing out male and female stuff that still had a lot of sacral stuff going on. And that's where, I kind of had to have like my own epiphany, my own understanding about what this is. And what I started to realize is when that sacrum is really acting up. So sometimes it can be just pure physical trauma. That does happen. But most of the times there's an underlying sort of condition. What I started realizing is that's core belief. That's when you've taken the narratives, the thoughts, the guilt that other people have been throwing at you, and you've internalized it. So I had this patient on my table, and she was just a lovely young woman who, there was just physically, there should be nothing wrong with her, but she was having these pains that just, were having a hard time being identified. So I find out her sacrum is out, and I say, okay, well, you haven't got male-female stuff going on, but you've got some core belief things going on. So you've listened to stories that people have been telling about you or telling you about yourself, and you've started to internalize them. And holding on to those and internalizing those stories, you start telling yourself the same lies. You got to stop doing that. You got to let that go. And so it was funny because her mom was with her, and her mom was just like, looked at her and she's like, oh my gosh, should we tell him? And it would be very, very open at general about this, but essentially a few years ago, their family was accused by one of their best friends of being a sex cult. It was just like completely out of the left field. And I'm like, how could I have possibly known there was something like that going on? But it's like, they had gone to court, they'd go through all this stuff. And it was just like, you just don't know what's out there and what people are living through and how they internalize it into their own body. And so we cleared out all that stuff. And it's one of the things when I tell people, like, we're going to release these reflexes, these patterns that you hold on that keep you feeling like you're safe, like you're comfortable. So when we let those go, you're going to feel vulnerable. You're going to feel chilled. You're going to feel cool, because it's like taking a blanket off. And now it's like, just know that you're safe. You're not in that same space where you were being abused, where you were being taken advantage of, or whatever it is. Know that you're in a healing, safe spot in your life now. And you're just going to feel a little bit awkward about it, but that'll get past, and, you'll do better. And so she came back for her following adjustment. She was like, oh, wow. Because she wasn't ready to deal with it the first time when I was telling her. She came back for the second adjustment, and that's when she was willing to kind of look into some of the stuff. But even when she was working on that stuff, she never told me what she was seeing. Because I'll ask I do this adjustment, and then I ask, that picture, did it get bigger, smaller, brighter, darker, or disappear completely? And, she would just say, whatever she had, oh, bigger, smaller, darker, whatever. And when we cleared it out, you'll actually see, like, you can't, like, that reflex doesn't pop back up because that person that you're working with isn't able to pull that imagery back up. I helped the patient. This is one of funny ones. I helped the patient deal with an IRS audit. It'd been going on for years. And it's like, well, he's like, how can you help me with that? I'm like, well, think about the audit. And so we started doing it, and it lit up all this male side stuff. So we cleared out all these reflexes, and he gets done with the adjustment, sits up on the table, and he's like, I'm like, all right, well, think about the audit, and what do you notice? And he's like, it kind of feels like it's like distanced from me. It's not, as present as whatever. And I said, yeah. And that was like 3 or 4 years ago, and he came back here recently to get adjusted, and he's like, you remember when you helped me with that audit thing? I'm like, yeah. He's like, that was the craziest thing. He's like, it just completely helped me not worry about it. And just, it's something that was happening, but it wasn't personal. So yeah, that's what I love helping people do, is just heal from these hurts that they hold on to for so long.
Yeah, no, I mean, just even seeing you for the few sessions, like, has definitely transitioned a lot of my ways of thinking in terms of like my connection with my body and my mind. So it's always great to see someone doing what they love, but it's also great to like literally see the product of what comes from doing what you love. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for coming on today as well and sharing these stories. Cause I think sometimes I believe that sharing is what unites a lot of us. But also just that there's so many stories out there that I think we don't get access to because we don't work in that world, but it definitely kind of expands, you know, anyone's understanding really of what's possible when we have this retelling. But yeah, that's really neat. So did you feel like you naturally moved into this world, or I guess where in your life did you decide this was the walk that you wanted to take?
Ooh, that's a fun question. Well, there was a pivotal point. I used to work in the pharmaceutical industry. So back in 1999, 2000, 2001, I worked for Pfizer, which has just made a big splash in the news with their vaccination study stuff. But I was working at Pfizer, and I had just received a job offer for to go to Manhattan and work on package design. I had been a graphic designer. But at the time, I had originally worked for Park Davis, and Park Davis had been bought out, kind of a hostile takeover, and they were going through these little layoffs. And I had just a few months prior had my very first chiropractic experience. So it was a chiropractor up in Michigan named Jim Spencer, who he has amazing hands, and he adjusted me and had relieved from me a digestive issue that I'd had my whole entire life. And my grandmother actually died of like Crohn's disease. And so, I know now as a chiropractor that her intestines weren't getting good information to and from her brain. And so I was kind of heading down that same path. And I had my first adjustment from Dr. Jim Spencer, and it instantly cured my discomfort and my problem. And so it was like, that was that turning point where it was like, ooh, I've been living my life thinking, better living through chemistry, but it really, the body heals itself. And so that experience was the thing that kind of turned my mind into thinking, I love helping people. And so I want to do something where I can benefit people more directly. And so I applied for chiropractic school. So I had this opportunity. I had the job offer in Manhattan. And it was funny because the woman had brought me back for a second interview in Manhattan. And I'd gone there and we were talking. And I said, if you could do me a favor, don't offer me the job before February. So I said in February, they're going to do another round of layoffs. And if you offer me this job and I don't take it, then I don't get a severance package. And so I just like to have an option. And she's like, well, what are you thinking of doing? I said, well, I'm thinking about going back to school and becoming a chiropractor. And it was so funny. Her face just lit up. And she was like, you'd be a great chiropractor. And so, so it's funny. So I got the job offer. She waited until after, but I had also gotten laid off. So I had the opportunity to be like, hey, I can go back to school and become a chiropractor, plus, get paid a nice severance package to go do that. And so, there's a whole lot of experience in there that was pushed me kind of over the edge. But yeah, that was, that first adjustment, that experience in my own body, real healing, is what really got me moving into chiropractic.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I love how so many stories really do come from being touched by someone before and realizing that's a touch I want to continue giving back to the world. And that in itself is so beautiful of a journey. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
And then in terms of kind of the big question that we have today, what are your dreams and your visions, whether it's your community, of the United States, of the world, but also in your line of work? What are certain dreams and visions you have with your business, with the work of chiropractic, does he have anything else to say? Yeah, he has a lot to say. At some point, I want to do this show where it's just Cutie talking to people.
Oh, yeah. A little perch right in front of the camera.
Yeah, exactly. It was great. The other day we were just calling a friend and Cutie walked up to the phone and was just looking.
Oh yeah.
So funny. But yes, so in terms of where you see it maybe in your lifetime, maybe not. But yeah, share a little bit about your dreams. I'd love to hear them.
I would love to see my community, the world would be better when well adjusted. And so I would really love to see a paradigm shift in understanding of human health and healing towards, that natural, method of the body healing, whether it be energy work, whether it be chiropractic, which is a combination of energy and physical work. But, I would love to see, a line out the door of patients seeking help and being able to give them an open, honest answer for what they're experiencing, why they're going through what they're going through, and, be able to see them changing their lives. I have patients who, it's so funny, I have one family that I'm seeing 3 generations of members of. And I have, another family, a couple other families where I'm seeing like two generations, but that most recent generation is only there because of chiropractic. It's like, they walk in with their kids, and I remember seeing this one woman 13 years ago when all she wanted was to have a little baby boy, and it's like now she has that. And I have another patient that I saw her just yesterday, or I'm sorry, on Monday, where she was like, her and her husband have been trying for 12 years to have a baby, and nothing was working out. And, now she's walking around, she got a 6-year-old baby boy. And so it's like, and the funny thing is I have another patient who just told me she's pregnant with a boy. And I'm like, you guys are really screwing up my average. It seems like in non-family chiropractic, if you want a boy, you come get adjusted.
Love that. Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to see, just people's lives, change through choices in natural health care, as opposed to chasing after that dream of, there's a drug out there that'll fix this. I think the opioid pandemic has shown us that, the better living through chemistry is now the thing, that you really have to take responsibility and accountability towards healing your body and pay attention to things that your body needs so that it can be healthy. So I'd like to see the world moving in that direction, where they really understand, the respect for that body and that temple of healing that they can have.
Yeah. Seriously. So that must be interesting, like working in the pharmaceutical industry early on. Did that kind of teach you a lot about that kind of the world? Is that also a reason why you kind of wanted to leave it?
I would say definitely not. This is the thing that people need to understand. It's like I worked in the pharmaceutical industry for about five years, and not once did I ever see someone wringing their hands saying, "Ooh, we're going to take over the world." What I saw were people who were honestly and lovingly engaged in their profession. Like, so I worked with oncologists, I worked with, disease specialists, I worked with statisticians, I worked with computer programmers, and their sincerest desire was to help create products that serve the world. And so I know that there's not a core of evil in the pharmaceutical industry. There's just a misunderstanding maybe of what true health is. And so, and from that, it's not to say that, at upper levels, there's not people, they're trying to make a profit. They're trying to, sustain themselves and their families. But, it's funny, when I first got into chiropractic, they kept talking about all these evil things about pharmaceuticals. And I'm thinking, well, I never remember seeing, the Snidely Whiplash of the world trying to, work in the pharmaceutical industry. It's like, I think these people generally have a good intention. It's just maybe a little bit misplaced. But I'll be honest, I use pharmaceuticals myself. I have, high blood pressure and diabetes. And it's like, well, how haven't I healed myself, with chiropractic? Well, some things take time. Each process of healing takes time. So while I'm working towards eating better and exercising and all that sort of stuff, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to take a product that helps maintain my blood sugar better so that I don't have to lop off my toes. So there are transition stages. But I know long term, my goal isn't to stay on that medication. It's to be healthy enough to come off of those medications.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. I think there's definitely, and even myself, like I have definitely placed a very negative light on that world because I've seen, we've all seen how overdoing it can impact us in a lot of ways. And I think sometimes that fear and that way of media representation that's skewed can definitely paint a very negative light. But just even studying psychology and being around friends who, had therapists or had medications to help supplement their therapeutic healing process, it definitely, and I'm glad you bring that up and thank you for sharing as well. I think it's sometimes therefore can create a very scary space for people to share that, hey, I'm taking medication, and learning to recognize why it's necessary And then recognizing, yes, the dependence on it is ultimately a goal to abolish, but the process is a lot harder. You know, we live in the matrix, all of these things. So yeah.
And it's steps. It's like, you know, you see that in everything. It's like, you know, I think you guys had mentioned you and the previous guy, I can't remember his name right now. Cristo had met, you know, doing that wasn't Black Lives Matter, but just doing that thing downtown in Durham. And it's like, you know, people look at that gathering and they want to villainize it because it's an otherness. And it's not. These are people who just want safety and security and happiness and joy in their world. And they're frustrated that it's not happening. And so if you look at it as like, who are these people? Then you'll see one aspect of it. But if you look at it as it's those people, then you're going to live, you know, in a fear mode of, you know, trying to resist it. And ultimately, you know, like I say, we all want that happiness. We all want that joy. And so we got to, you know, work towards receiving that.
Yeah. And
you know, do it.
And, you know, I think about also stuff that I personally had to like unlearn. I thought I had unlearned it, and then realizing that I still can sometimes hold hate and hold, you know, negative thinking in regards to white people. Like, let's talk about that, you know, like, and so it's been its own healing journey for me to recognize, one, obviously that's not healthy. And two, that it comes from a certain trauma or experiences or whatever it might be that I want to move on from, or it's just something that I just want to leave behind. And, you know, maybe it was at some point natural for me to have that kind of hate because it was a survival mechanism. But recognizing, hey, we're way past that. And in order for my work, for everyone's work to flourish, we can't have more and more space for any hate, really. I like to burn paper at bonfires with like things written on them that I want to like leave behind in another world. So the most recent bonfire was like, I wrote like hate and I just like watched it burn and I was just like, yes. But yeah, and it's definitely a very interesting, you know, it does stem from whatever it may be, definitely a lot of healing that needs to still happen. But that's cool to like, literally, I remember when you were like doing my back and I was just like, I didn't hear it because it was so early on in my healing process. But I remember you caught like the way that I just sounded when you like worked on this part of my body versus the other. And I was like, wow, I did not hear that. I did not recognize that, but that is definitely some dark energy that just came out.
Yeah.
That's.
I realized a lot of years ago, back in my 20s, I had been married and divorced, and my ex-wife, I felt was kind of lashing out at me a lot, and I was like, I just didn't understand because it didn't treat her meanly or poorly or whatever. And when she left, she was like, you know, I thought when I was marrying you, I was going to get the stability and happiness and all this sort of stuff, and that's just not there. And I'm like, well, you got to bring that yourself. But that's when I realized that, you know, I don't know if you remember the Charlie Brown, you know, comics, and there was that one little fella called Pigpen, and he had that little swirl of dirt all around him all the time. It was like I realized that most people are walking on this earth surrounded by that dirt and that dust, and they're lashing out at things around them out of pain, fear. It's never, you know, I have very rarely met someone who's truly hateful, you know, from just a pure malice and spite, but it's fear. Like they've been injured, they're afraid of being injured again. And if you imagine someone being surrounded by, you know, that darkness, whether it's, you know, an actual entities that are surrounding them or just, you know, a lifetime of experiences that have left them hurt, they're just trying to protect themselves. They just don't want to be hurt. When you start to see that in people, you start to realize, you know, that we are all brothers and sisters and that we need to watch out and love one another and treat each other with kindness. And, you know, you're going to get hurt in the process because when people are afraid and lashing out, it's like, you know, small animals, when they're injured, you know, they lash out because they're afraid that, you know, this big thing's going to hurt me. And it's like most people are operating out of that same base element. And, it takes effort to work up and to move beyond that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's definitely, I love the way you said that and also kind of ended it with we're all brothers and sisters, because it's so true. There's just no benefit for the collective when we don't allow ourselves to see life that way. So, yeah. I'm like taking all these notes and I'm just like, I love what I'm writing out. I love what people are saying. But that was a great analogy, by the way. And it hit with this, like, I don't know if you can kind of hear the music I have going on in the background, but it was just like a beautiful moment where you were saying that analogy and like the music was just riding and it was just like coming in at the perfect. Yeah, it was great. But yeah, 11:44. I just like reciting angel numbers at this point. Yeah. How's your day been? Do you have any more appointments today?
I do not. I had some scheduled for the afternoon, but I had to reschedule those. I'm supposed to spend some time working on plumbing today. I've been putting it up. Yeah, I've designed it all and put it together, and I had an inspector look, but I need to actually glue it together now. So. Putting that off because it's not my natural, strength area. There's Cutie.
Yes.
He's been all over the place.
Say hi to Eric. Say hi to Dr. Eric. Now he's camera shy.
Oh yeah, he's like he's the front and center. He's like, I got nothing to say.
I love it. Yeah, and then I was gonna say, if people wanted to find you, obviously there's your website. So I'm gonna write this down actually for people.
Okay.
But
the website is www.Hahn, Hahn family chiropractic chiropractic.com. The Hahn family chiropractic.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
I, for some reason, always want to say chiropractic, and then I realized that's not it.
No, chiropractic or chiropractor. So a chiropractor practices chiropractic. But let me take a quick second. So what we address, and chiropractors address, is subluxation, which is interference in the nervous system, which prevents, healing in the body. And so my favorite thing to talk about when, as like a baseline start is just, so what causes subluxation? Where does it come from? That's where we talk about what's called the 3 T's: thoughts, traumas, and toxins. And so that thoughts is that emotional stuff, which we kind of talked about, extensively here today. But then traumas are things like automobile accidents, slip and falls, day-to-day life, things beating you up. And then toxins are just things in your environment. And so that's another big thing, is cleaning up the environment and helping, our bodies be stronger by not being exposed to so many different chemicals, by not being exposed to so many different forms of pollution, be light pollution, making it difficult to sleep and heal, or, sound pollution keeping you awake, or, chemical pollution, which, we're well aware has been an issue. And so, helping the body to heal, it takes a lot of different avenues. And know that the only thing that heals the body is the body itself. So, and it's one thing. Don't mean to be not derogatory. A lot of people get into what they call energy healing, and I do a form of energy healing myself, and I understand this. But the thing that people need to understand is energy doesn't hold on to stuff. Energy wants to move. Energy wants to change. It's not stagnant. It doesn't sit still. But the physical matter of your body, it's a lot more stubborn. And you want to hold on to stuff, whether it's conscious or unconscious, and shifting and changing and moving, is difficult. And so just, realize and understand that motion is life. But once you've patterned something into your life, into your physical being, letting go of it's a little bit more difficult. And it's not to say that you can't, daily, if I could convince everyone in the world to be doing yoga style stretching daily and take that mindfulness moment to, to be involved and present in their own bodies, we'd see such dramatic healing in the world. But we get caught up in the nows and the actions all the
time. Yeah, exactly. And earlier on, today at like around 10, I had Shakira, who has her own massage therapy, as well as yoga instruction, yoga-led courses that she does. She's based in Durham, but I just love finding during my time of also getting more and more connected with wellness and healing and energy, just finding more and more local businesses that are doing that kind of work. And it's just, I'm so glad to like know of your existence, you know, of like just Shakira's existence, of people that are close to me who are doing the work in different ways. But it's so true. It's, I feel like the theme of the past few weeks for me has definitely been stubbornness. Like Diego and I literally had a conversation yesterday about how I was like too stubborn to like get into Photoshop. And it's slightly different reasons, but it was just like, yeah, I mean, I know I'm really stubborn, and it's gotten me to where I've gotten to in life. But at the same time, I think that's where I remember reading something where they're like, you know, the tools that you use to get out of one matrix may put you into another matrix. And it's just interesting, you know, like my stubbornness has brought me to where I'm at, but there are certain aspects of that stubbornness that don't work for anymore. Yes, maybe survival mechanism, but are no longer a thriving mechanism. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Definitely a stubborn body here. I'm like finally starting this workout. It's literally made for people like me who are transitioning out of like a more sedentary lifestyle and kind of getting back into moving more. So it's perfect for quarantine, anyone during this time really. But yeah, I'm starting that again next week, or starting it next week. So I'm excited to see how, I think I've been so anti like workout person for so long, only to realize like, oh, okay, I work out through like dancing and through walking, but there's still things that are important for my own well-being, like lifting weights because of, you know, many reasons, and realizing that we just need to continue pushing our bodies, that sometimes that pain is actually like good feeling, and how to redefine feelings and
differentiate between health and healing and pain and damage.
Yeah. Cutie's been like flying around. There's been a few times where he literally just flies around the room like 3 times and then gets back on his cage.
He just kind of did a flyby in front of the window there. You know,
right? He's like, look what I can do with these wings.
Yeah. I think he had wings.
And it's really neat. Like him coming here, I feel like he's kind of been able to be more free than maybe he was before, because I just kind of let him fly around. You know, I just leave his cage open because I wouldn't want to be caged up all the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I love when he come to you though. That's awesome.
I know, right?
He's like, put that arm out. We'll come over and visit. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, you know, when you start working with animals and helping them to heal and into rehab, it's like, you know, because my buddy Rock there, he was my aunt's dog, and we got him about 2 years ago when she unexpectedly passed away. And she lived in a tiny little house in Metro Detroit with a very small backyard, and he had neighbors that loved him and stuff. But you know, being penned up all the time, he just had a lot of insecurity. And so when we first got him, we had to help him kind of work through that insecurity. And to the point now where we had just gone right before I got online here, we went for a little walk, and it was neat to see him stay with us. And like there was a big dump truck or garbage truck had come up, and he completely just ignored it. Yeah. And the Rock that we got 2 years ago couldn't do that because it was just freaking out. Just to see him kind of grow in confidence and, you know, calmness.
Yes. And also just the healing elements of having animals around us. Like I would never have thought I would have a bird. And just like understanding he's okay. He's not chirping because you've done something wrong, which also is something I've had to heal. And just recognizing like we can still live in such harmony and do our own thing and not take any of it personally, not internalize any of it, and just, and also see the parts where I'm not maybe the best with my own self-care. So of course it's not going to show up for him. So it's just been a very nice healing, redefining patience, And it's so awesome. Like everyone's like, oh, like he seems so close with you. And I'm like, oh, like I thought this was how it's supposed to be. So I'm glad that I've manifested this relationship with my pet birdie.
Oh yeah, and I did the same thing with Rock. It's like my expectation is, he'd be good and kind and all this sort of stuff. And when he acts up, because he doesn't like kids for some reason, and I don't know his whole life history, but it's like, I'm like, Rock, you got to be nice to people because we're always nice to you. So it's like, well, you have to be patient and protective and all that sort of stuff. But, that made me think when you were talking about, that experience, you never thought you'd have a bird. It made me think about, like we can learn something from everyone. And like you'll find gurus or wizards, whatever, everywhere in your life if you're looking for them. And I actually met a man who is he's a locksmith. He travels all over, North Carolina, fixing locks. And you would think, a locksmith is just kind of a, little technical job, what a random thing. But this guy had a lot of wisdom. And he said, every day, he's like, I want to take some photographs because he's a photographer as well. Like, and I want to do he wanted to do metal sweeping. Like he has a little metal detector. And he's like, so in my truck, I have my camera and my metal detector. And every single day I take time to do those two things. And, he's disciplined in doing those things that he loves. And through that discipline, he creates phenomenal artwork. He creates beautiful, photographs and images because he's always looking for those opportunities to create and to share the things that he loves. And so it's like, I remember, hearing that from him a lot of years ago now and realizing I want to do that myself, but then again, we all have our own struggles. I'm terribly, just not disciplined at, playing my music every day. Because one thing that brings me a lot of joy and peace is creating music and creating something beautiful. And, I have instruments sitting around ready to go, but feeling that moment and having the discipline to do it every day is difficult. And so, animals can be helpful because they keep you on the move, being a little bit more disciplined, keeping them, engaged and well.
Yes, exactly. And they don't talk back.
Oh, they don't. He's seeing himself on the computer screen, I think, because he's starting to front like, hey, look at that guy, he's good looking.
I know, right? He's like, huh.
Yeah.
He is such a cutie. He's so fitting of his name. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
We were debating changing his name to Kiwi, but I still think Cutie is just too good.
Yeah, Cutie's a good name.
Yeah.
So who's your next guest?
My next guest
minutes here.
I know. You are welcome to head off whenever, obviously. But my next guest is Chelby Smith. She's a nutrition and fitness coach.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and her business is called My Neomix Journey. So she should be hopping on around noon, but you don't have to stay till then. You are obviously welcome to stay, though. I kind of love that it's been very smooth from the get-go, even with earlier on at midnight when we went live first thing, and we were just talking to random Twitch, and some friend popped on and was able to play us some keyboard in the background. It was great. Yeah, so it's been good. I didn't have really a lot of expectations. I really wanted it to just flow today, and it's been amazing. So I have nothing but good blessings today.
That's good. Yeah, I've actually got another meeting that I have to prepare for at noon, and so I was hoping to give you the full solid hour that we could. But I'm part of the Rotary Club because we're being part of different organizations, and I think especially for younger people need to understand there are so many access points into the community. Like the Rotary Club is an opportunity to serve, in local, philanthropy projects and international philanthropy projects. And really, one of the big goals for the Rotary Club is to, eradicate polio. And they started working that back in the 70s and 80s. And they've got polio down to one country, in one region in one country is the only place in the world where they're having what they call endemic or, naturally sourced polio of it, happening in the world. And this has gone from being something that was just worldwide, kind of like COVID is now. It's like polio was ravaging people back in the 50s and 60s. And so this organization has been, steadfast in working towards eradicating polio for 30, 40 years now. So, and it's funny because now they're getting close to the end. They're like, get this thing done. What's the next big thing we pick up?
I love that.
Yeah, so they actually just had the Rotarian is like a monthly magazine that they put out. They just had an issue recently that was centered completely on environmental cleanup and environmental, change. And, it was kind of seen as kind of revolutionary for this organization to pick up what some people are considering a political topic. And it's like, well, it's not political. Climate change is real, and it's something that we need to address and to fix, and at least work on. If we can possibly fix it, that would be great. But it's like, ignoring it and pretending that it's not real, is detrimental to the world. And we need, we've decided that this organization needs to help the world be a better place. And so with that, also they have like one of our speakers today is Matthew Kane, and he put together a program that brings people of different ethnicities together to discuss, like not racial tension. How did he word it? Hold on, give me a second here. I wanted to share this. I thought this was kind of cool. Well, of course, when you go to click on something and then they download all the new emails, so then you got to scroll down. I love when technology just the project brings together individuals of different ethnic backgrounds to discuss race relations. It's called Our Stories, Brave Conversations on Race. They meet over several weeks with moderators, and trained moderators lead each session. The story successfully completed its first session, is launching a second session. So yeah, so that was kind of a neat thing that they decided to pick up, in light of the current stuff going on. I'm looking for getting back to my StreamYard tab. And so it's just neat being part of an organization that is addressing all sorts of different issues.
Yeah. Wait, can you say the name again?
So I'm a part of the North Raleigh Rotary Club, and so Rotarians, or the Rotary clubs around the world, they're opportunities to serve communities at local and international levels. But the current program that we're going to hear about is called Our Stories. It's Brave Conversations on Race. And basically that project brings together individuals with different ethnic backgrounds to discuss race relations. And they're doing it via Zoom. And we've had a couple of members of our club actually join in it. And it's, they've kind of reported back that it's been very, very enlightening, because you don't have to realize, I guess, but our Rotary Club is like, the average age is 75. And so this is a predominantly white, predominantly male group. And some of these guys have gone into this, race relations discussion and have come out significantly changed in their viewpoints and understanding, the struggles of people of different ethnicities, where that had been never something that, that was even on their radar before. And so it's been pretty neat to see some of the changes coming from that.
Yeah. Yeah, I found this group when I was just trying to find other organizations or other groups to be a part of in the local community. And it's called Our Place at the Table. It's very interesting because it's technically built, I think, from descendants of previous slave owners, and also in collaboration with descendants of previously enslaved folks. So it's a very, I don't know, like the details. I only went to one meeting, but it's I was like, it's not necessarily tackling things the way I would, but at the same time, I really appreciate that they're holding space the way they can, in terms of like sharing, articles and discussions and pieces of literature with each other to like continue educating each other. So it's really neat. Yeah, definitely. There's multiple ways in which people can get more immersed in the local community. And there's definitely a lot of opportunity in Bali. I would say very, very grateful to be here amongst all these different opportunities. But yes, if you want to stay on, you're obviously welcome to, but we are wanting to welcome our new 12 p.m. Shelby Smith. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hello. How are you guys?
Good. This is Dr. Eric Hahn, who is my chiropractor. And so we were just having some bomb ass conversations. I like took a bunch of notes and just put them in the comments section in case anyone wants to read them. But yes, we've just been having epic conversations today and happy to have you join us.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I just finished working out, so excuse all of this. It's been a crazy morning, but I made it.
Love it. Yes, thank you so much for coming.
All right. I'm gonna hop out. But the funny thing is, I did the quick walk, a little workout before I got on as well. It's like you must have to work off that excess, excited energy.
Yes. It definitely sets the mood for the day.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. All right, you guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, love. Have a good one.
See you later.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Looking fab in that golden, I think, chair.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you knew, but I recently just bought a house. So Congrats. This is kind of the angle that you can see. The rest is not done. So
just in progress. Yes.
Yeah. So this I have to keep it here so it looks cute from this angle.
I love it. So have you been finding like your space as well in the new home to do your workouts and everything?
I have been. It's been a big transition for me in terms of house, new job. My daily routine has changed. So that's still a work in progress as well, but the best place has been like outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a thing that I was forced to do it kind of during quarantine, but sweating in the house really doesn't sit well with me. So I'd rather be outside sweating than in the house.
Yes. Dude, I used to swim because my excuse was I hated feeling my own sweat. And this way I just don't know when I'm sweating. But that's a very good point. Yes, sweating inside the house is definitely not a fun feeling. It's different when the wind can hit you.
Right. So yeah. How have you been?
It's been good. I started this at midnight and I did end the live stream at some point because I was just like, I need to go to bed and I don't want to waste my recording space recording nothing. Yeah, it's been a good day. Like I'm just at this point in my life where I've really allowed myself to have faith in myself and take those leaps and see what comes when I do it. So today's been a big one of those. And I just love seeing people, coming on to talk, of course, but also just responding the way that they are. And I think sometimes I've been learning a lot to understand that just because someone isn't commenting or someone isn't liking or saying anything explicit doesn't mean that my work isn't getting felt or getting heard or getting seen. So that's also a big thing. But yeah, I've just been feeling like super in alignment, feeling super good. And I'm about to start a new like fitness journey next week. So let's talk about also, so like that's the part, like wellness, so important. And I think for a long time, the words to me that I heard considered buzzwords were like diet, which were also misused to say basically don't eat what your body wants.
Right.
And also just redefining fitness as something that doesn't have to be in a gym. And kind of taking back all these words and definitions and making and embodying them the way that we naturally do or the way that we want them to look like. So tell us about my Neomix journey.
Yeah, so just to bounce off some of the things that you just said, it's all about perspective and everyone has their own definition. Everyone has their own opinion. It's all about what you make it. So when the real definition of diet is just things that you eat on a daily basis, that doesn't mean things that you're taking out. It doesn't mean things that I can only have. It's just what you eat. That's your diet. So that stigma that I have to eliminate this, and that to lose weight or to be on this strict diet, it's not fun. And it's not fun for anybody, whether you enjoy wellness, fitness or not, because it's still things that the world may tell you that you can't have, that you feel that you may have, but perception, right? So making your own narrative is very important when it comes to your own fitness journey. So that's something that's very important to me when I talk about it. My Neomix journey in itself is an ongoing thing. I'm still on my journey every day. So the last 2 months has been pretty crazy for me, and I've been knocked out of my own routine. So this has also been a time where I'm able to connect with clients or, just people on Instagram, social media, even more, because it allows me to be more personable, more realistic, and to really understand that it's hard, no matter whether you like fitness or not. And the fact that I do enjoy it and I do enjoy eating well, imagine those people that it's not a daily habit for them, how much harder it can be. So with that said, a big change has been me actually going back to work. I've been home the last 9 months, so I'm going back to work, and I've always worked in a setting that I'm able to kind of come and go as I please. I'm able to work out midday, and that's not the case now. So I've been having to work out after work, and I see how people struggle. Like, you get home, you have to cook dinner, you have to, I don't have kids or anything, but you have kids at home, you have a husband at home, and you still got to go take time, to exercise. So my Neomix is really just trying to make things realistic, fun, and like you said, making fitness work for you. What do you enjoy? It doesn't have to be going to the gym. It doesn't have to be, lifting weights or running marathons, whatever movement looks like. So those are a few things. I do nutritional coaching. I've done health coaching, personal training, group training. So I've been in the field for 6 years now, and it's been revolving the whole time. But it always includes kind of mind, body, physical, kind of wrapped into one, because when one is off, the other doesn't work well. So yeah, that's a little bit about my Neomix journey and me.
Yeah, and I love that. You're so right. Like, this journey will never stop. Earlier, I was asking someone else who came on. She has a massage therapist, yoga business, and we are talking about, will we ever feel like we're done being aligned? And I don't think so, right? Because it just constantly is changing. You can't ever pinpoint when you're like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah, and life will always throw stuff at us, and it's just how we react to it. And so, that must mean there's a journey and there's a story, and I'd love for you to share if you want to, but tell us a little bit about how, what led you to also do what you do with personal training, with nutrition coaching. What led you to decide, hey, this is how I want to give back to the world in this shape?
So when it really hit me was in college. Freshman year, I did not like the school I was at. I, in my opinion, never was diagnosed, so I'm not going to say, but I was depressed. If I wasn't in class, I was in my dorm room sleeping the rest of the, 18 hours of the day whenever I wasn't in class. So my outlet was going to the gym. At that point, I really had no idea what I was doing. I would just go and walk on a treadmill, get on the elliptical, and just move my body. And afterwards, I always felt good. So that became a daily routine for me, to just keep me going until, the semester ended. After that year, I transferred to BCU, where I graduated from, and I switched my major. And once I switched, it just felt it didn't feel like work. I didn't feel like I was going to class. It just felt like something I was supposed to be doing. Was it hard? Absolutely. But it's something that clicks that you have to keep doing it. So I majored in exercise science, and from there, internships and getting experience and continuing to work out, feeling those endorphins kick in every time I finished a workout, and connecting with family and friends, seeing them change their lifestyle habits. It was something that I knew I was supposed to do, because I was getting a lot of people on board to want to do better by themselves. And something that I've also, just over the years been growing in my spiritual, faith is we're all here for a reason. We're all here to serve. So that was something I connected with, that I'm able to serve other people by getting them to live a healthier lifestyle. So that's kind of where it started. And I just haven't stirred away from it since then. I've always done something in the wellness field, whether it was working with, older individuals, up to 80, 90-year-old. I was getting them to do some kind of activity, to now, working with children, making sure that they understand the importance of, do they really understand? Maybe not, but just to get them on board and seeing that certain things can still be fun and exciting and tasty, starting them young to kind of engrave it in them as they get older. So it all started with being at a really low point in my life and turning to, fitness, nutrition, healthy living. And I haven't turned back since then.
Yes. Just embodying like all of what life is into your work. And I appreciate that. It just, at a certain point, it's just like, there are no, not boundaries, that's not the word, but there's like, really, it just all like bleeds into each other because it's so interrelated. Ooh, I had a train of thought from something you said earlier. Oh, yes. Like seeing when your community heals as a response to your own healing is a very like beautiful moment, because it's like very rewarding in so many ways. Right. I love that you mentioned that.
And something that you said earlier, how you were kind of like taking a leap right now and doing what feels good. And it was another word you said, but it made me think of how the last couple of months I've been in transition myself, and I haven't been pouring out to my community as much as I do. And while people may not text you as often now or comment under posts or respond or like, people really pay attention, and they're like, where the heck have you been? So even though they're not doing those things, or you're not getting the acknowledgement that you feel, that people are paying attention, like they really are. And it doesn't mean that you're not making a difference because you aren't getting those likes. People need you. Somebody needs you, whether it's, your 100 followers, your 1,000, or just one person. I tell myself that constantly, because it's easy to get into your own head, that as long as one person receives what I'm saying, then I'm able to serve and make a difference. So it's hard, to say the least, to keep going, to stay motivated yourself, but just knowing that one person is hearing you, it should be enough to keep going.
Yes, that is so true. Like to have that one conversation where it's like, oh my gosh, this person understands me, or whatever it might be. It's just, they hit on a deep enough level that, definitely keeps the fire going. Yeah, no, it's interesting, because I think engagement is something we don't always look at, and I think that's part of where, your work comes in, because it's about the connections that we've been missing for so long. Because I think we don't gauge engagement always as what truly, like when I think about it, like I obviously don't really care about numbers per se. But I do see how many people will engage with me, whether it's online, offline. And to me, that's the most important. My online identity is mainly just to be able to like capture a lot of people on an all in one go. But yeah, that's very true. So then have you ever worked with anyone that was hard to engage with? Or do you usually, I guess, like also during the beginning of starting, you know, your coaching aspect, did you ever hit a point where you were going to people instead of them coming to you and finding that kind of like a difficult moment of like not necessarily trying to sell someone because you're not, you know, your stuff is natural. Like it's just here. It's more of a guide coaching aspect of it. So like, what would you do when you, and did that happen to you, I guess, to start off with?
It has happened with like certain jobs that I've had. Everyone, you know, because with every job or maybe company that I've worked for, these were almost just services that the company provides to their employees. So everyone isn't happy to see me. You may think that, but it's not the case at all. You have people who, you know, and this is where it sometimes gets tricky. They'll see me or, you know, other coworkers that I've had, they'll see coaches and they immediately think that I will never be able to do what you do, or I'll never be able to look like you. So it's very intimidating to them as someone who's just getting started, seeing me who, you know, been working out and what they see forever. So it can be very, what's the word I'm looking for? Almost, I don't know, it's tricky. You have to really build that relationship before you try to tell them to do X, Y, and Z. You can't just point fingers, tell them to lift this weight, go run here, do all these crazy things. You have to see where they are mentally before you're able to really change the physical aspect. So it has been challenging to get people on board and to see that they can, to believe in themselves. So it's almost as I'm not always just a trainer. Sometimes I feel like a therapist at times to really break barriers to them to see themselves and to show up for themselves and not for anyone else around. Like, you're not doing this for me. You are here for a reason. I'm just trying to help you achieve certain goals, but you're the one who's doing everything. So
yes. Yes, exactly. You can only guide them. You cannot do, yeah. So then in terms of, you know, the bigger question as well, and also another question. So my Neomix journey, do a lot of trainings for like corporations or like other businesses?
I've contracted out a couple of times. Not so much because I've always kind of had a regular, if you will, a 9 to 5. So I haven't always contracted out with bigger companies, but everything I do is just personal through my own business. And I do a lot of one-on-one trainings. So that has been kind of the side gig until I blow up.
Hey, so speaking of that, if someone wanted to work with Shelby Smith, where would they go?
Yeah, so you can go to my website, www.myneomixjourney.com, or find me on Instagram. I'm okay. I know some people may not be, but you can shoot me a DM, just to have conversation first. I have a lot of information on my website as well, or you can send me an email at Chelby, letter M as in Mary, at gmail.com. So plenty of ways to find me. And just let me know where you are. If you don't want to spill everything in the beginning, we can just have conversation. tell me a few of your concerns, and we can go from there.
Yes, I love that. It just started pouring. I don't know if that happened to you, but it is so crazy out there. Like I heard something, I was just like, what? And it's just like storming. So I'm hoping my Wi-Fi is gonna stay put
Oh
for the
yeah.
rest of the day. But I was like, dang. Wait, you're not in Raleigh, right? You're in Charlotte?
I'm in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was just there yesterday to pick up a computer, and then so I have a cockatiel, which you haven't heard because he's been pretty quiet during this conversation. He was like super loud for some of the other calls, and I'm just like trying to like mute myself and like not. But so he's a cockatiel, and so I've been trying to like find pellets for him, and then we found this parrot store called Parrot U. And it was like all these birds, just like the moment you walk in, you're just like, whoop, like all the noise. And it was just so cute. But yes, I have yet to really see Charlotte except for this one time, drove in and back out. We went to a Peruvian restaurant and that was really good. And then my last time and first time was to see Sabrina Claudio perform in Charlotte. So it was, again, it was like in and out only for this one activity. So I have yet to like see Charlotte. But are you from Charlotte?
No, I'm from Virginia Beach.
Oh, so
Yeah.
what brought you?
What brought me here? Just to try a new city. I visited Charlotte maybe 3 or 4 times prior to moving, but I'm just like, hey, let's go for it. I've been here. This January will be 4 years. And I love it. It's been great for me.
Yes. And congratulations again on the house.
Thank you so much.
It must be like so fun, but so stressful.
It's been crazy.
Yes. And then did you just get married as well or about to? Or?
No. A lot of people thought that it was really me. It's not me getting married. It was my best friend's engagement party.
Oh, okay.
And I third wheel a lot, so I tell them all the time we are getting married. But no, that's not me.
I love it. Yes, you're just getting more and more committed to your work and your life and your new home, and that's beautiful. Oh, well, thank you so much for coming on today. I know that you need probably some things to do, but you're also welcome to stay on for as long as you want. I think we're going to have someone come on at 12:30, but I just need to pee really badly and I haven't had the chance to. So I'm going to take this moment. If you want to stay on, you're always welcome to.
All right. I'll probably tune in later. But thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you so much, Shelby, for coming through. I'll definitely make another post with like everyone's information so that it's a lot more digestible than like all these comments that are going on. But that's also why I wanted to get everyone's visuals and everything. So that'll be really nice to put out into the world for people to see later.
Yeah, thanks so much again.
Of course. Have a great rest of your day, dear.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye. Hello, hello.
Hi.
How are you, my dear?
I'm great. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. It's been a good day. I just went for like a little quick pee moment. So the last interviewer and you didn't like overlap, but it's been a beautiful like just day of interviews starting around like 9:30. And then everyone's just kind of been hopping on like at the times that obviously like we discussed, but it's been great because it's been blending in so well. We're like the transition,
Awesome.
everything. So yeah, it's just been an overall like beautiful day of not really knowing exactly what it would look like, but at the end of the day, manifesting the flow of things. So it's been great to see just how everyone's been flowing in and out.
That's great. Yeah, you're like just at the halfway point, right? You're like
Yeah.
marathoning.
I mean, for me, so I actually have someone hosting from 4 to 7. And so it's someone else who's taking over during that time slot. So it'll give me like a nice break. But I feel like it's still, but it's, you know what? My day-to-day is already kind of like full of calls and full of poetry. So it's like, why not just show it off?
Stream it, yes.
Yes, exactly. Are you on your quote unquote lunch break?
Yes, my quote unquote lunch break, but
Thank you for
sitting in
sharing your
the
lunch
same place
break.
and position as I would be when I'm not on my lunch break.
I love it. I love the blending of just everything so that there's literally no true structure right now.
I know, I agree. I like parts of it for some reasons, and for other reasons I'm like, all right, it's a little intense sometimes, but it's cool. Working from home is a new experience. I never thought I would really enjoy it working from home, and now I'm like, I really like it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think once we like form like the spot, you know, once we form certain types of spaces to be what we want them to be, then it's much more easier to work with for sure. Also,
Yeah.
I'm just like now realizing that my camera is like capturing like everything here on the ground. I'm just like, that's like a whole like mess that's showing up, but it's fine. It's my life.
It's all good. Looks
All
great.
good. Wait, so tell us what Katie Pate does outside of her lunch break.
Yeah. Okay. So Katie Pate does a lot of stuff. So by day, I am a marketing professional at a consulting firm, but by morning, noon, and night, I'm a professional writer, and I write for some local publications and on a freelance basis. And then I'm also really involved in our local Raleigh municipal government, specifically through my affiliation with the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. And in the past, I helped start a group called the Raleigh Advocacy Alliance. We are we're more active during election years, and so we haven't really been meeting recently, but leading up to the election last year, we made a point to get people out and voting and learning more about municipal government and the power of local, as we say.
Yes, I love that. I'm like typing all this because I didn't know you wrote. That's awesome.
Yeah. I have a degree in professional writing from App State, so that's kind of my trade of choice. So I write currently for Walter Magazine, which is a publication that it was owned by the NNO, but they just sold like last month to a more localized publisher. So it's fun to write some content for them. I do guest writing for places like the Raleigh Hall of Fame, which is a local organization that, you know, honors important people, and for Activate Good and other groups like that, and have some other clients as well. And then on top of that, I saw that you were doing a poetry cipher. I was a spoken word slam poet for years as well. And
I know, that's why I was like, what the fuck? How am I only now finding out that you write? Like, what? You're clearly gonna have to come in for like maybe the open mic freestyle part of it.
Oh yeah. No, I would love that. I've been writing for my whole life. I'm a very passionate writer, and I've been fortunate to turn it into a career path, but creative writing and writing poetry is really my first love, for sure.
Yes. I love knowing this. Like, this is, of course, making so much more sense now. Dang, so like you competed in slam poetry for a few years then?
Yeah, when I was at App State, we had a pretty vibrant spoken word poetry community, and as soon as every Wednesday, they would have a poetry open mic situation, and we had some really, really talented people in that community. And as soon as I started going to those events, I was just so inspired to go home and immediately just start writing all of this stuff. And once I got on stage, I also did like theatrical performance for years before that. So I was really comfortable on stage. You know, I've done public speaking and things like that before. So it just felt really natural to me to get on stage. And I just love the feedback of an audience and the live audience energy. And it's kind of a meme, you know, this people snapping and stomping during a poem. But from a performer's perspective, it feels so good to get the live feedback. And a lot of my poetry was political or about, you know, experiences that I've had or relatable troubles in different systems. And yeah, just really like a lot of middle finger action to the forces that be. So yeah, I really miss that and wish that it were accessible to do that type of performance at this time, but it will happen again.
Yeah. And that's the part where I'm so glad that you've shared all this. I would love to, like, literally tonight, I want to see if we can even add this like kind of open mic style to it, where we do have obviously the cipher, and we have ciphers with prepared pieces coming on, but then after that first section of it, it's going to be all like freestyle. So if you want to come through, just let me know.
Yeah. Let me know. Show me the timetable. I'll see if I can make it. Or if you have anything in the future, I'd be so down. I miss performing so much. I used to have a poetry like workshopping group that we would meet for a few months pre-pandemic. We tried like one virtual meeting, but it wasn't totally the same. But I really miss that aspect of just sharing writing, because I've been such a solitary writer. I'm actually working on like a book project as well. Like I'm gonna self-publish a book. Yeah, I've been journaling for like 10 years I've been keeping a journal and writing. And I realized, like, going back through all of these journals that I had, there was this really interesting coming of age story and stuff about some traumatic experiences that I had in high school and like the reckoning and college and all of that. And so it was like, you know, the whole decade of 2010 to 2019. So I started high school in 2010, and then I like started my first professional job in 2019. So it's like, I think I want to do kind of an anthology of some of my journal entries to more of like a personal thing, you know, just to empower my younger self. Like I always wanted to write a book when I was younger, and just to think that I was already writing it at the time.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm working on that, but it's a lot of emotional labor to go through 10 years of
Yeah, tell me about
being
it.
gentle with myself. There's plenty of emotional labor to be done these days anyway.
Dude, so real. I love that that's what you want to do, because I want to publish as well. And I've been wanting to shift Just Gilded Cages into that at some point. I mean, there's already so many things, like there's JGC Productions, JGC Radio.
Yeah.
But eventually like JGC Publishing or whatever we want to call it. But I also am in that same boat where I'm just like, oh, like I want to self-publish, but I also kind of want to make a place for people to come and publish without dealing with whatever it is. So, I mean, it's an interesting world for sure, but I just appreciate and love like anyone's courage to start even looking into that. And I love that as children, we both like had those dreams, and now we're trying to make them happen, which, speaking of dreams, so in your line of work, and I'm very curious with like even down to kind of like the city level of it that you do with the local government, what are your dreams and visions of the future?
My dreams and visions of the future. Well, in local government, from that perspective, for me, I really want to help build a society in our city that supports people who are not just white and wealthy people, right? There's so much historically, and even now, there's just so many swaths of injustice and inequity, and so many of those issues, you know, national politics gets a lot of attention from people, but so many of those issues can be solved on a municipal level. Like we have the power from municipal government perspective to provide affordable housing to not only homeless people, but also people who are in a low income situation or limited income situation, or people, we have a missing middle housing issue. For young people, we don't have anywhere to house our young people who are just starting out. Like, in my opinion, you should really be able to rent a 1-bedroom apartment downtown for $800 a month. And I think that we could easily do that. And I think that I envision the future with accessible transportation. I think we need to destigmatize public transit. And there's, you know, the city of Raleigh, for years, everyone's always talking about, oh, why don't we get a rail system, because we're so well positioned to do that. I mean, we have the triangle. Why not have a train that goes from at least point A to point B? And a public transit system, this, you know, single passenger vehicle situation is, we're getting to a critical mass right now where that's not working. So I feel like for me in the future, I envision a more livable city. I envision a more sustainable city. I envision a city where we have, you know, I want people to be able to live where they work, right? You shouldn't have to, you know, work your service industry job downtown and then commute to Wake Forest if you don't want to, because rent is too high downtown. And so for me, it really comes down to, my dream is that we have we have a city government that is more representative of the people who are occupying the city, and we have people who are truly advocating for everyone in the city, not just for development companies or for, you know, personal interest or for a small group of constituents that are going to re-vote you back into your position. I dream that we would have an expanded local government as well. Our city council is such a small, we really govern the city of Raleigh like a small town. And we really need to expand and govern it like a big city. I mean, our mayor that's a part-time job in the city of Raleigh, which makes that job so inaccessible to everyone unless you already have some alternative stream of income, or you have, some other job where you can supplement I think the mayor gets paid somewhere in the low $20,000 a year. But it's clearly a full-time job. We don't need a part-time mayor. We need a full-time mayor. I think it's beyond a full-time job personally. So just scratch the surface on my thoughts about, but that's where I want to see the city of Raleigh going, is being generally more livable for all people and to be governed in a more representative manner.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it blew my mind when I realized we're just part-time local government wise. I'm just like, what? Like, what I'm doing now makes also a little bit more sense of why I think there's a gap for the work that I'm doing, because it's just there isn't enough work going into building our city. And yeah, like you said, we're governing it like a small town. That's like hitting me, because I'm like, wow, I never thought of it like that, but that makes so much sense.
Yeah, when it's like, as the city gets bigger and we face more of these big city issues, the city council agenda is only going to get longer and longer. There's only so much time that they can devote to that in a reasonable manner, just from a small, in a small way. And they have recently engaged they've picked a consulting group of citizens to advise on maybe restructuring or rethinking some of the workings of the city council, and maybe changing term limits or changing pay or different employment designations and things like that. But I wish that we had some more aggressive action on it, right? It's talk is cheap, and you can make as many advisory panels as you want for whatever, but we need some actionable change and things that are going to, next year's an election year, perfect time. We got about a year to the day from the next municipal election. So, it's time for them to chop.
Yes. And I think that's the part where, due to the nature of how government works and how there's lacking and there's gaps, like, tell me more about, and before I dig way more into what I'm about to say, I guess, before that, I want to hear about the Raleigh Advocacy Alliance. So what work is that, I guess, what gap is that work filling?
Right. So I guess I should go back to the origin story of it, but it's I'll try and keep it short. But it starts in 2016. I'm in Spain on a study abroad. I really don't like my study abroad, so I'm like, all right, I'm going to ditch this. I'm going to come home, take a semester off, do whatever. I come back to Raleigh, find a job at the Third Place coffee shop at 5 Points. I love that job. I swear, it's like, if I could do that job for the rest of my life, like, I totally would. It's just was such a great job. But I met a bunch of different people there who are have various, there's lots of old Raleigh people who go there, all this stuff. This one person I met after I came back, moved back here. So I met him. We had connected. I went back to App State, finished college, came back, and then he messaged me one day and was like, I want to start this group. Do you have some time to talk? And I really didn't know anything about local government whatsoever. I didn't understand even really what a city council was or did, or what the responsibilities of a municipal government were compared to state and federal level government. And he's like, I really want, someone who's the millennial age group who is competent to help me start this group. And he's like, I know I'm very close friends with former Raleigh City Councilor John Odom and a couple of other people who are interested and connected in local government. And we just want to, he always used the phrase, upset the apple cart, right? So want to upset the apple cart and just make some noise, get some people who are of variety of age groups and backgrounds involved in local government with this kind of insider executive knowledge from our advisor, John, and have these conversations, teach people, go to events together, and hopefully gather enough people to, the municipal elections have such low turnout that just, a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand votes could like shift the entire scheme of what's happening. So, it's like if we're kind of thinking at first, maybe we want to find someone who we could use as a candidate to, help meet the goals of this group. But what was really, I think, the main piece for me, and I think that we achieved this really well in the group, was that we wanted it to be a kind of like multi-partisan type group. We didn't want it to be exclusive, that your political affiliation had to be in a certain box in order for you to be accepted and able to participate in this group. And what we found really quickly by opening those things up is that didn't even matter. I really don't even know who's a Republican, who's a Democrat, there's a couple of really vocal libertarians in the group, but, classic. But, for the most part, because we don't have those conversations, because those affiliations often aren't related to municipal government issues. Like everyone can stand behind affordable housing. I challenge you to find someone who doesn't think that we need more affordable housing in the city, regardless of how they feel about taxation or whatever, those issues are. So, and I think that that was kind of the main thing, is that we wanted to unify people and all be able, regardless of our background, be able to rally around a common cause for positive change in the city, to build the city that we all wanted, and for it not to be separated by these party lines. And we achieved that really well. So I think that we ended up having a core group of people who had just a huge variety of different leanings, beliefs, backgrounds, and professions and everything. And I think, and we did what we wanted to do by going to events, made ourselves known, got to know some local politicians. And then also it ended up getting me involved. And that's kind of how I stumbled upon my work on the commission. So that is the long and the short of what the mission is.
I love that. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that a lot, because ultimately my work really is kind of this umbrella of creating spaces, for dialogue, for conversation, no matter what your background, no matter what your viewpoint is, because like you said, like there are a lot of issues in this world that I think most people, if not everyone, stands behind. It's just sometimes we get really muddied by linguistics, we get muddied by, whatever it is. And I think that in itself is, that is a big reason why I'm producing what I'm producing now, because I'm just like, hey, we all pretty much have the same visions and dreams. Now, how do we work together, and how do we understand, and how do we prioritize all of them so that we get that there's a direction in which we're heading in, and that makes sense. And partly due to the lack of leadership we've had, that doesn't help. But I also think that's where, kind of honing in on that leader within each of us too, and honing in on that activist, whatever we want to call it, but that part of us that's there, that doesn't need to be taken care of by someone else. And how do we have a cockatiel and hello. He just started hanging out on my fluffy coat. He probably is looking for some warmth. Yes, this is Cutie, by the way.
Oh, they are a cutie,
right?
Oh,
yeah, perfect name.
I'm obsessed with all animals. I go full infantile around.
I feel
around all animals.
That's so hard. I'm just like, oh my god, hello, baby. I just get all into it. I love that. But yes, I appreciate also how much you explained, because it is important, and there isn't really anything that can be necessarily also taken out, because it is such a multi-layered, complicated aspect. And I appreciate that. Yeah, it should be welcoming of all, because at the end of the day, we all want to live in a place that brings us joy and beauty, and not take that away. So, yes.
Yes.
And thank you for doing that. I want to join in that alliance if it's going to come back, because I'd love to. I think this year was a very interesting year for a lot of reasons, but especially with, I think more people building an understanding of federal elections. But yeah, like you said, municipal, like I don't even know a lot. And that's something I know. If I don't, then plenty of other people aren't. So
yeah,
I'd love to dig into that more. I just really want to get more involved in local everything, because it's our livelihood. What's around us is going to affect us.
Exactly. And that, to me, that is really where we have the most, like, our votes count most, us showing up to the thing counts most. And we would love to have you as part of the alliance. We're like,
Yes.
future, where we're going from here, I don't know completely, just because we were so events oriented. And so we have not really done anything since lockdown has started. But I really hope for the future that we can get back together and continue the work that we were doing, because for me, it was like an absolutely, if it weren't for that, me being invited to do that, I would not be doing anything in local government. And now it's like, I'm like, oh, my mission in life is to do this, to do this work. And that's really where our votes count most. Showing up to the thing really, really counts. Talking to people in positions of power in local government really, really counts. And we have more of a, to me, it's like on a national level, Congress and then like the presidency and it just seems almost like this unreachable kind of supernatural force or something that has this really arbitrary effect on our day-to-day lives. But with municipal government, it's so much more tangible. It's so much more accessible in a lot of ways. And it's really empowering, not being like, all right, well, I'm sending a letter to my congressperson and it just goes into the ether. I have no idea what happens to that. It's like, there are so many different touch points in local government, and there's so many opportunities. I mean, even just being on the Historic Development Commission, we make material decisions. We're a body of 12 at this time, I believe. And, my vote is one of 12 and it counts. We're making decisions about what is happening to properties and like what's being designated as historic, what's not being designated as historic, what is going to be built where. We have real input on those things, and it's very empowering to make those changes. And like, for example, we have one that's come up recently, and it's been a really big conversation for us because we, don't quite know how to move forward on it, because we're kind of set an example for some of the smaller historic commissions and other local municipalities. And there's like the Masonic Lodge on Glenwood Avenue near Five Points is actually a historic landmark, and it was the home of Josephus Daniels, who, they recently renamed Daniels Middle School and all this stuff because he was a white supremacist, and he, was really involved in, like the N&O and the establishment of the newspaper and stuff. But he was also really involved in starting the Wilmington race riots, and he this man's history as like a violent white supremacist is so like outstandingly awful that I don't know how his home was designated as a historic landmark in the first place. But someone has applied they have applied to de-designate it as a historic landmark so that he won't be honored anymore. But we kind of have to have this big conversation about it, because it's like, well, do we want to like keep it designated and then change the context? Do we want to note, like, do we want to still protect this property and say, but here is like, actually, let's really highlight how awful this person was by putting in the history books and putting on the books that this person did all this terrible stuff instead of just sweeping it under the rug? Or do we want to make a statement by being like, we're not going to honor this person, and so therefore we're going to de-designate the property, and yeah, they can tear it down because whatever, like we don't want this anyways. Not that they would necessarily tear it down. There's a whole number of things that could happen with it. But, you know, decisions like that, those are really, it's really powerful just to be a part of that conversation and to be, have a say in shaping how we're going to move forward with our local history and how it might affect other localities as well. So that's just an example, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I was very curious in that line of work, you know, how do you handle something like that, right? And why do a lot of statues that we have throughout the United States need to be taken down because of the ways that we celebrate history and the ways that we decide to spotlight, which parts of history we decide to spotlight. So it's definitely great to have someone with your, you know, everything, your eye, your background, your appreciation for even poetry, you know, like all these things blend, and glad to have your voice in there fighting for, you know, what's right, you know. And I think that sometimes can be subjective, but I think we all kind of innately also know what is objectively right.
Yeah, I think, yeah, well, that's why I feel energized by being in local government, because I can agree with people who I don't agree with on a lot of other things. And it feels good to like be able to come to the table with people and find common ground and then make stuff happen. Feels great. It feels good. But it's hard work. It shouldn't feel good all the time. So it's hard. It's you know, it's hard work to make change, as you know. But you're doing it too. And I'm so glad that you've got this project. And yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. I'm so glad that you could come on and make it. And I think we have someone else coming on pretty soon. Allie from Abundance. She just popped on here.
Nice.
But if you need to head off, you are obviously welcome to. But if you want to stay on and chat, I just want to be mindful of your time and everything.
Thanks. So I do have to jet. Got to get back to my day job. It's just a lowly marketing professional.
Hey, that marketing is one thing I've learned from working on my own projects is that marketing is still so key.
Oh yeah.
That it cannot be forgotten.
It's true. No, I undersell myself. It's yes, very
It is not always easy, boo. So you are doing amazing with holding down like all these other projects you have going on, especially working with local government. So props to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Props to you. You got this. Power through.
Thank you, love. Have a good day.
All right. Thanks.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's been such a nice day with so many interviews, with everyone just coming in at the perfect time, and then Cutie just hanging out with us today.
Oh my gosh.
So you might hear some of that noise in the background. It's just Cutie doing him.
Oh, his name's Cutie?
Yeah, his name is Cutie.
Oh, he's a cutie.
I know, right? It's literally so perfect. I appreciate it. Yes, Cutie. What a good little cutie. All right, I'm gonna put you down. But yes, how's your day been?
Pretty good. Just staying motivated in this rainy day that apparently is going until the rest of the week. So
yeah,
you know, the rain. I always really like rainy days for 1 or 2 days, and then by the third, I'm like, ooh, I need some sunshine.
Yeah, seriously, like all of a sudden it just like started pouring. And I actually love when it pours because I think there's something beautiful about the sound and like the weight of the world in a way is like being unshedded. I don't know if that's right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I appreciate that energy a lot.
Especially with COVID too, I feel like we had such a beautiful spring. It really helped everybody kind of stay a little bit sane. So yeah.
Yeah, seriously. So I love doing the check-ins that you have through Abundance. So I don't know if you want to do a check-in right now, but I'm totally down.
Okay, yeah. And I guess, have you been doing this all day?
I started the live stream at like midnight, obviously. And then we went off. Then we were chatting with like random folks. A friend that came on played some keys for us. So it was just like a really nice, like literally like this warm, soft opening of kind of the 24 hours. And then I went to bed around 4 and then woke up at 8 and was like, all right, my first interview is at 9. And then it just was flowing since then, and it was great. And now we're here, and Cutie is a great side character. Some great background noise. But yeah, now I have 3 you, and then Muslim Woman 4, and then Tempe. So it's kind of like a nice way to like come to a close. And then I have Marc Lee is going to be hosting and then streaming his show to my platforms. So to keep kind of the show moving along, and he's also interviewing another organization that I pulled in, and then due to timing, it just worked out better for them to hop on his show. But yeah, so interviews literally are from today from like 9 to 7. So it's a full day, and then we got the poetry cipher tonight at 9. So
Perfect. I'm gonna try and watch them on my way home. I have a dinner at a farm tonight, you know, just part of the job. Just
I love that.
Typical Wednesday.
I love it.
But yeah, I'm, like I said, I'm staying motivated today. I have been putting together our newsletter that we send out almost every other Thursday. So there's a lot of exciting things going on, not only with just Abundance, but some community events, and also our fiscal sponsees, which I'm sure I'll talk about them more later. And so for anyone watching that doesn't know, my nonprofit always does check-ins at our meetings, or anytime we really are introduced to a new energy in the room, someone else comes in, we always do kind of check-ins with the people so that we're all on the same page. We know where someone's mental state is. So it just helps like to not make assumptions, and it helps to just, you know, just put some human into all of these work meetings that we're constantly doing. And we have a tendency to just go bam, 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 get straight to work. But it's really important to kind of, especially in the morning, and people like have driven to work, and, you know, they could have been a stressful morning. It's just nice to give everyone just a second to kind of either bring up anything that they want to. That's so we kind of do like professional and personal. So we'll talk about our personal first, what's been going on. Normally it's a Monday meeting, so we talk about the weekend, and then we'll do, you know, our professional check-in of what we're excited about working on, and or what we're excited to talk about at the meeting. So yeah, that's what a check-in is. And I think it's a practice that almost every organization and job should adopt if it's, you know, fitting. So yeah, I'm just enjoying today's rainy weather, but not looking forward to it lasting the rest of the week. But other than that, I'm feeling really good today and excited for this farm dinner I have later tonight. So yeah.
I realize I've been like muted because of Cutie. Yes, tell us about this farm dinner. I'm curious.
So I'm not entirely sure. This woman named Annie, she has, I think, 8 or 9 acres out in Apex, and she kind of just approached us at Death Fair saying, she's been saying she wanted to have us out there for dinner for a while. But really she does a lot of natural healing, holistic services. You know, she has done so much So she's just kind of trying to see, she feels like the land that she's on is a little bit too big for her, and her house is beautiful, and she's just wondering if there is a way that abundance and the things that she does can kind of merge together. And so we're going to go have a dinner. Abundance almost always starts any big project, any big idea out with a dinner. We always do a long table dinner with candles and local food, and bring some community partners together and see what everyone's, nothing like communion with food really, to get some ideas flowing. So that is also probably a ritual that we do. So we're meeting out at Annie's farm tonight. So
I love that.
We'll see how that goes.
That is the life that I want to lead. I just want to have property and like be able to host events. And I mean, those are my dreams and visions for sure. And just be able to like bring people together. So I love that you're doing that. And then also, for those who don't know, what is Abundance NC?
The age-old question. So abundance is the opposite of scarcity, right? So it was actually founded in about 2000, and I think it was 2006 is when we got our official nonprofit status. So it's been around for a good while now. It has changed its missions quite a few times. Started out as a climate change focused, sustainability focused organization, but it has morphed because and I should have started it with this, but we are a community resilience nonprofit, and so resilience can look so different in all forms. So our mission statement is we promote community resilience through health, sustainability, culture, and equality. So it's very broad, and I guess I'll just go over a few of the things that we do to promote that. And like I say, it changes. So whatever the community needs are at the time, we have a lot of flexibility to be able to change programs or add events and all that. And I can envision us going through a big transition soon because our executive director is stepping down. And I'm sure I'll talk about that more later. But so how we do this is we're really good at throwing events. So we have had Pepper Fest. This year was our 13th annual fest. And some of you may be wondering, how did you have a festival in COVID? And so Pepper Fest is and was and started as a way to connect the pepper, because a lot of people don't realize how many peppers there are, how nutritional they are. And so it was started based on that kind of education around the pepper. And it's a superfood in North Carolina. We grow them. Our climate is perfect to grow them. So it starts with farmers. So the local farmers have the peppers, and then we are kind of the weavers between farmers and chefs, local chefs, and it's kind of educating also local chefs and local restaurants on how important and how just delicious local food is. So we have a festival focused around that, and normally it's a 3,000 person festival. Last year it took place in downtown Pittsburgh on Main Street, and it was beautiful and incredible. And then this year, obviously, we had to figure something else out. So normally what happens is we get the peppers to the chefs, and the chefs make like over 3,000 samples of a local creation that they make. And everyone at the festival is going around and trying different pepper beers from breweries, and they're trying pepper food and soups and all kinds of stuff. So obviously we couldn't have a 3,000 person festival. So this year there was no real question that we were going to have it. It was just how. And we thought it would be important to kind of be a leader or a representation of how responsible events can be held, because they can be. I'm not saying everyone should come to them. You know, if you're at higher risk, you should still take those extra precautions, but there are ways to make events safe. And what we like to say is socially connected, but physically distant, right? Social distancing just sounds a little too cold for us. So that's what we like to say. Yeah. So this year we came up with kind of a picnic theme. So we found over 100 picnic baskets, and not just any picnic basket, like the nicest ones you could think of. We also had a few crappier ones, you know, because we could only find so many really nice ones, but we tried to, you know, the worst looking ones, we tried to add a few more extra goodies in there to balance it out. But we are a nonprofit. It is our biggest fundraiser. So, you know, we had to do what we had to do. But basically, we filled them this year. Instead of little tiny 1 ounce samples that the chefs normally do, we did 8 ounce mason jars. So I think we had 6 chefs, and they each made a lot of 8 ounce mason jars of their creations. So we had a pepper mustard, we had a few soups, we had a buffalo chicken dip. Yeah, we just had a lot. Ooh, there was a mushroom soup that was my favorite this year. So good. I dream about it still. But basically, so that's Pepperfest in a nutshell. We had to really scale it down. We had to up the ticket prices, which kind of was unfortunate because we do try to be as inclusive as possible in our events. And then, so that was a lot about Pepperfest. So that is really a big event that we put on, and it takes months and months of planning. It's beautiful though, because it's all on local food and local chefs and businesses, and the community really loves it. And I'm pretty sure, at least last year it's the biggest local food festival on the East Coast. So It's cool. Yeah. And so our other event is called Death Fair, which is, you know, I could talk about Death Fair alone, I think, for hours. But Death Fair is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. So it's holding a space for grief, which our culture does not do. We don't really talk about it. We are expected to return to work in a week or 2 weeks, or sometimes, you know, some people aren't even fortunate enough or don't even feel comfortable enough to even tell their work that someone has passed near them or close to them. So it's really holding a space for people and kind of trying to like, what's the word? It's so taboo kind of. So we like to push those limits and become like kind of cultural alchemists in a way, and influence culture and be like, no, this is wrong. Like, we are struggling. And I personally truly believe that the representation of our world right now, not just political and all that stuff going on, but our climate, our dying earth, is a direct mirror of us not taking care of ourselves on the inside. And that comes in all different ways, with food and those ways, but also with grief. And we just hold it inside, and we're just like, you know, it manifests into other things, whether you want to believe it or not. It can turn into disease, and, you know, you can just become angry, and it can just manifest itself in your personality. So Death Fair is a space for all that. Again, it's normally I think a 600 to 700 person event. It's relatively new. We had our 5th one just a few weeks ago, actually. And normally there's a lot of workshops and dance performances. And so we talked about wills and writing. Like, one year we had kids write their eulogies, which was really powerful.
Yeah,
and interesting. And we've had green burial caskets, like which are pine caskets, and it's kind of educating that, no, you don't have to get this thing that's never going to leave the ground, you can actually be buried in a casket that will decompose with you in the ground. And some people might think that's freaky, but honestly, if you think about it hard enough, your body is also nutrients to the soil. And, I think it's beautiful. If you step out of the weird space and open your heart a little bit, you can see that that's super cool and what we probably should be doing. And so we normally have talks and workshops and writing workshops. I know my mom did a writing workshop a few years back, I think. And yeah, it's just all about grief. It can be as deep of a dive as you want it to be, or it can just be a celebration and holding a space yearly for that person who left. So another thing, just personally, I think that we have a tendency to say all these cliche phrases like time heals all and you're so strong and all that. And it's just kind of like time doesn't heal. In my opinion, time doesn't heal. You just get more resilient. You just get better at living with your new normal or your new life without that person there, without that puppy there, or whatever you're grieving. And so this year, again, we had to change it. And there was no question in our head, even more so than Pepperfest, that we had to have Death Bear because we are seeing so much this year. Like, wow, again, I could talk so long about Death Bear, but just with the pandemic and literal death and with Black Lives Matter, and then with the earth, were kind of our three pillars this year to focus on with Death Bear. And so not only are you seeing literal death, but you're seeing people are not having graduations. People are grieving their old way of life. Some people are grieving oblivion. Like oblivion is sweet and you can sit in it until something wakes you up a little bit and you actually have to step back and be like, ooh, maybe this isn't what I want to be doing. So a lot of people are maybe grieving that, and kids are not in school, and there's only one person allowed in the birth delivery room in the hospitals. Like, people aren't able to experience these really special moments. And not to mention, funerals right now are even more sad than they normally are. They're just masks, and for a while there was a limit on how many people. I'm sure there still are. And so there's just so much grief this year and so much pain and hardship, and just I think what's the word? It's like a shared consciousness. We're all kind of waking up a little bit, whether you want to or not. It's kind of what 2020 has done. So there is no question that we weren't going to have Death Bears. So what we ended up doing is, normally there's a lot of things going on at the same time. And so this year we decided to have everything on one stage. And so we just kind of had a day full of performances. We had 2 keynote speakers. They were absolutely incredible. We had a dance performance. We had a sonic healing essence where this woman took different, she calls them berry shots, so like different shots of herbal medicine, and then she would sing because they affect her voice differently. It was so beautiful. We had spoken word poetry that me and Tammy were involved in, which was, I think, one of the highlights of the entire day. It was so powerful. And we had 2 bands, and it was just a day full of celebration, but also acknowledging grief and acknowledging this year. And it was amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm talking so much. So those are our 2 events. So that's not even half of what Abundance does. On the other side of things, we do fiscal sponsorship. We are rethinking how we're doing that now. So we're not taking any new applications, but basically we call it Abundance NC's umbrella. So organizations that want to be nonprofits but can't go through the 501c3 status or application because it takes a long time as well. But people who want to start doing their good work that align with our mission and vision, which our mission and vision is so broad, so many things can fit under there. So we have about 6 organizations under our umbrella that we incubate. We call it nonprofit incubation. And then the idea is that one day they'll fledge. We've had organizations under us for 10 years before. So it's really as slow as you want it. And we check in and we have meetings and see how it's going and if it's mutually beneficial for the both of us. So that's kind of a way that abundance multiplies our impact. And I don't know if I've said this yet, but we are a North Carolina focused organization. So we only stay in here. And then the other things we do are Neighbor to Neighbor, which is a mutual aid program that was started in April or May. So a few months into the pandemic, our local newspaper actually came up. They saw this idea in Florida. And so it was basically matching people who have the means to help with people who need help. So whether that is with groceries or need your lawn mowed or, we wanted it at first to stay more service-based and no monetary exchange. But that, once we realized the need is so large for utilities and rent and bills, we realized we really did have to step into that space. So now we definitely do take donations, and most of what we do are paying people's bills, because there was a time when the companies around here weren't shutting people's electricity off or water, but they have started to do that. So a lot of people are struggling, and it is honestly quite terrible. And I don't know, for me personally, it's shown me how much we need to rethink this system, because people with families and kids going to school at home, how do they not have electricity for food? How do they not have water? What? So, and also, if you think about the irony, water to wash your hands in a pandemic, what? So anyway, so we do a lot of that work, and it's been really rewarding and fulfilling and incredible to watch the community come together. So we're just kind of like the middle hub, and we got it going. And it's really, though, the community helping these people in need, and we're just that middleman connecting them together. So it's beautiful. And then the last thing that we do, not really the last thing, it never really ends, but just topic-wise, is we do a Chatham Social Justice Exchange. And so we have an incredible community partner named Lashana, and she helps us do racial equity work. And the Chatham Social Justice Exchange isn't exactly totally ours, but we're a partner and we help spread the word. And so it's just a community gathering, and our reach is predominantly white people. So it's kind of a space for white people, and anyone's welcome. So it's a space to kind of, for white people to learn about different terms or express concerns about racial justice or how they could be a better ally. And so that's something that we've stepped into heavily, and we've witnessed some very beautiful situations come from that as well. So yeah, that's abundance.
Yes, thank you for sharing. I love that there's so much going on, and clearly these are such, like, it's not as, you have to go into detail. You have to explain it a little bit. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and we are woman ran. That is another one. We are really women ran.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Cutie's like, yes. I think that sometimes he yells at like the neighbor's dog through the wall, but I'm not too sure. So it's kind of hilarious because he literally is just facing. Do you see that he's literally just like
facing the wall?
And his beak is like right up here, and I'm just like, what are you doing? Cutie. Cutie. But yes, thank you for sharing, Lovely. I mean, I feel like that's just, abundance is just so abundant, full of, I love it. Community resilience is very, very a good way to put it.
Yep. And, I've been really reflecting lately on just how you know, for a while it was like we have our social justice program, but really what we one of our keynote speakers for Death Fair this year kind of said it to me. She was like, Death Fair is is social justice. And so I've been thinking about that a lot recently. And I think I'm going to write something about it. But really, abundance is social justice in a world that wants us to just be productive, have the quick fix, have the microwave food, like everything that we do is social justice. Like we are pushing the norm. Unfortunately, local food and good quality food isn't, I mean, we're seeing more of the shift like going that way for consumers, but for a while there, it's just been whatever can save that extra dollar. When really, if you want to get deeper into it, you're saving yourself by spending a little bit more money helping your local farmers, your local food fairs, their local economy, and your own body. Like you're saving yourself money through diseases or ailments later in the future. So everything that we do is social justice. And yeah, I've just been really reflecting on that a lot recently.
Yeah, I mean, all of it's connected. And at the end of the day, you know, no matter what we do, it impacts us. But that's why local is so important, because it's like, why would I not want to eat like the local honey? You know, if I live here, my environment's going to be this, versus also transportation of goods is where the biggest pollution comes from. Like, obviously, there's pollution that comes from, you know, the meat industry, but also there's a lot of pollution that comes from having a baby. There's a lot of pollution that comes from transporting international goods. There's so much that we don't talk about. And I think it's because of, one, obviously politics, and sometimes people don't want to be clumped up in that.
Yeah.
But yes, like local is the best. I mean, even times like now, Diego, save the bees. And especially now with quarantine, I think a lot of this, at least it hit me during this time. Like I already really wanted to invest more in local community, but it just hit me that we don't know our neighbors enough. We don't love our neighbors enough. You know what I mean? Like it's just very interesting, disconnected all over. And I think that's why like we're having the period that we're having now in the United States, because we are a bit more discombobulated than we realized.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just honestly so much. But the bottom line is the quicker people can start realizing that our culture, our society, or whatever you want to call it, directly profits, you know, not only on women's bodies, but on our scarcity, on the scarcity feelings that we feel, on the competitive nature that we've created here. And yes, competition is good and healthy, but not what we've created, right? So there is enough food, there is enough of all of these resources for everyone. And I mean, I'm not going to get into it too much because I don't want everyone to think like, oh, I just want everyone to have free everything. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a way that we can shape this and rethink this thing to be more equitable, profitable, fulfilling, purposeful for everybody.
Yeah.
We are so deep in this scarcity that it's killing our earth. Like it's doing so much. It's ruining relationships. I don't know. It's just like, oh, I have a really good idea, and but I saw someone else do a similar idea or a really even better idea. So now I feel like I can't do my idea, and it's like, no, like there's enough creativity and there's enough money out there for everyone to, you know, honestly do what you want to do and promote what you want to do. And you have so much just in your mind and creativity within yourself that isn't limited by someone else. Like, but that's what we've created. It's like, oh, my loss is someone else's gain, or, oh, they failed. And so I don't know. I don't even know. It can just go on and on, but we've really created a sad mindset that is infiltrating itself into every market, and just us individually. It's in here, and that not enough, that scarcity, that hoarding, that mine mentality, just is.
Yeah, it's not sustainable in the long term. And I was talking to someone earlier about, the aspect of so many of these methods, worked, for our prior ancestors, but we're here because of that. And I'm thankful, but we need to revamp it, because there's that saying where, the tools that get us out of one matrix may end up becoming the next matrix.
Yeah.
And so it's just like learning to shed a lot of them. I'm losing my train of thought, but yes.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought because I was like, I wanted to go in this direction. And then, when you like pull back from going in that direction, you're just like, I don't know where I'm at.
Yep, I do. Definitely.
I love it. No, but I appreciate that. So then the big question, and obviously your work does answer a little bit, because clearly Allie would never work for an organization that doesn't align with her values. But what do you see as, what are your visions and what are your dreams for the future?
So this is a lot, but I am so, and just a little bit of background about me. Abundance and this organization that I've kind of happened upon, but not happened upon at the same time, it was actually like a very divine connection, I think. It represents almost every single lesson that I've learned through personal grief. So I lost my dad to colon cancer, and I lost my high school childhood sweetheart, lover, best friend to a heroin overdose. And so going through those losses, I really was hit in the face, as one would be. And I just kind of, I changed in an instant, and it's taken me 4 years to really digest those losses and kind of apply those losses and the things that I've learned through those to the world. And I truly believe abundance is setting a small scale, what's the word? A small scale, being like a leader or a mentor or something. I truly believe if every community out there, and communities look different, there are so many different types of communities. If every community had an organization like Abundance, we'll just focus on geographically right now, those small scale ripples will be felt. So the world that I envision is more local, more paying attention to what's going on around you, paying attention to what your community needs are, because every community, again, is different. You can't take a pepper festival to Alaska. You can't do that. So everywhere has so many people, and humans are amazing, and we do so much, and we have so many dreams, and people have so many passions. And I've learned that a lot through North Carolina. Like, the culture here is so diverse, and people are doing such incredible things everywhere. I'm biased to here, I don't know as much about all other communities, but here it just shows me like abundance represents everything, almost everything that I've learned through grief. And I think that if we could, I am very hopeful for the second half of this century, or whatever it is. I really do think, even with this pandemic, you could see like everyone started going to the gardening store more, and our local marketplace, the local co-op here in Pittsburgh, they were struggling before the pandemic, but then the pandemic hit, and now they are really thriving. And so it shows like people are getting it. It might not be on the forefront of their mind, but people are starting to see those changes. And so I think the more local, the more you scale it down to your community, like the people and your relationships, like how are your best friends doing? Have you bought from their local business recently? Have you supported your local author recently? Like, once you make sure that your inner circle is okay and everyone's making sure that their inner circles are okay and their neighborhood is okay, it will trickle out. And so our community organization just really makes it a hub for people, because people bring stuff to us all the time. We promote local events all the time. It's just like we make it so there's a vessel for the help that's needed. So I really do think that the future should and could look like more community, really. It really is just community, like more collectivism, you know, and we can be individualistic in some ways, and we should be in some ways. But collectivism, I would say, more of that, and I think that would really solve a lot of our problems, and honestly make us realize that this one man who's in charge of the country is honestly kind of stupid. Like, we should have a bunch of leaders everywhere, and we do have that, you know. So anyway, so I guess collectivism would be my answer for that.
I love it. I love how like Allie is like out of breath.
I just get really riled up.
No, but that's so true. Like, I've been saying, like, liberation through community. I think ultimately community also means, hey, there's days where I want to be by myself, but I the reason why I feel good taking care of me is because I know there's a whole other group of people who I can lean on to do the work that I can't do right now. And that's where it's like that beauty of community. It's as much as it is collective, it is also individualistic. And then, leadership, like obviously redefining leadership is so important. And realizing that we all have leadership capabilities within us. Some of us are better at it only because maybe we're naturally more just driven that direction. But regardless, we all have that ability if we want to continue blossoming that part of us. It just, a lot of it is stepping into our greatness too. And I think, you know, in terms of hidden leaders or, you know, folks who may not call themselves leaders, but naturally just are already leading the community in different ways. And I think redefining leadership where it doesn't always have to be an extroverted character. It can be someone who's super introverted and still leads. And so it's a very interesting, I think there's also very traditional definitions. And then just as we start taking the lead also on our own lives, right? Like that in itself is also leadership that some of us are still developing. It's a constant development for sure. But I appreciate the things that we've been saying. Like, I just take notes on the side and all these comments. And sometimes it's like, usually it's what other people have been saying, but sometimes I'm like, ooh, I'll put something in there. But yes, thank you for sharing all of that. That was beautiful. I honestly can't get tired of hearing about what abundance does. It's like I feel like it's everyone's like nonprofit wet dream.
Truly. Like, it is honestly low key. I mean, I don't think anything's a coincidence. We've talked about this before. I really don't. But how I got here and the work that we do, and we're just a staff of 4 women, soon to be 3, and then 2 of them are going to change soon. So, and with that, I'm going to slide in here. We are looking for a bookkeeper, somebody out there. We are looking for a bookkeeper. So if you want, and you won't just do bookkeeping either. I'm getting off topic now. I just had to slide that in there real quick. But what were we saying?
So, quick question. Abundance NC is looking for a bookkeeper. Now, that being said, if someone is interested, where would they go to learn more about this position?
So normally, traditionally, Abundance has really just kind of set our feelers out there, and it really just happens when they come to us. So we never really post on job sites or anything like that. We're not really a traditional job, so we don't really follow traditional ways of doing things. So I would say definitely reach out to me or go on Abundance's website and email the Abundance's email. If you can't find my information, you could just email our email and I'll get that email too. So, but yeah, so just email us and say, hey, I'm interested. I know that this week we are kind of clarifying exactly what that bookkeeper role looks like and, hour wise or pay wise. And so we'll have more information after our staff meeting on Monday. But other than that, yeah, just email us really. So yeah.
Yes, I love that. I mean, the recruiter part of me is always like, position, how can I help you? I love that. 144. Earlier, there was like a moment where it's like 1144, and I've been just wanting to. I love reciting angel numbers out to everyone. Just like, hey, it's 44. Oh, earlier it was like 1111, and I was just like, damn, 1111 on 1111 while I'm doing this, like such a powerful moment. I just have to sit in that. Well, besides all of that beautiful, beautiful content you just shared with us, what does the rest of your day look like besides that farm dinner?
So the Women of Abundance, that's what we call ourselves. That's what our group text is named. The Women of Abundance are on their way to the office that I'm in right now, and we're going to have a fundraising meeting. We're looking at a few really good grant leads. So we're going to be focusing a few hours on fundraising, and then by the time that we're done with that, it'll probably be 4:30 and we'll have to head on over to Apex. So gonna have a farm dinner. Every day looks different, and that is one of my favorite parts about this job. And it's flexible, and I don't, if I wanted to go to the mountains on a weekday, I really could. It's so beautiful, and I feel so lucky to be 24 years old and to be in this organization that really cares about me first. And I really think that, a lot of people might be looking at me and being like, well, it's probably because you have a 4-person organization. And I'm like, well, I really think that these practices can be expanded, and we could have more trust in our employees and less focus on this 8-hour structure that was really only meant for manufacturing anyway. Like, it doesn't make sense. So anyway, don't get me started on all that. But yeah, I'm just really thankful. And if anyone wants to know more about Abundance that I already didn't say, or more about any of our programs, or more about how you can help, or any services you could offer, please reach out, because I'm sure you're able to tell that I'm just so passionate about this work and this job, and passionate about hopefully maybe other people taking it to their communities too. So yeah.
Oh, and I had a quick question, because this is my own curiosity.
Yeah.
So in terms of Abundance NC being an umbrella organization where you can house and incubate, so what does that process look like for, I know that you guys aren't taking on more nonprofits at this time, but what does that process look like to be able to incubate under Abundance?
So we have an application. So if you go to our website, there is a fiscal sponsorship tab, and that'll give you pretty much all the history of how it started and where it is now. And then it'll also tell you, I think it's either 6 or 7 organizations are under us, and they cover so many different things. We have Piedmont Fiber Shed. They focus on local fiber, and just people doing local dyes or local fiber in Durham mainly is where she's based, but in the Piedmont as well. And then we have the Fayetteville Labyrinth Project, which is really just a year-long project that is happening in Fayetteville. They're creating a labyrinth for veterans. We have Tall Grass Food Box, which secures a place for Black farmers in the marketplace. So they do a produce box you get bi-monthly, and it's all produce from local Black farmers, and they are amazing. And we have Joy of Movement, which is a yoga studio here in town. They're under us as well. We have Heart to Heart, which focuses on the dying time and death doulas and helping someone through that transition. So we have, again, the community. Our mission is so broad that we are able to find people who are doing great things for the communities that they're in, and we're able to house them because our nonprofit is just basically community, and that is just whatever that looks like to you, you know. So and there's a few more, but yeah, that's just a few of the organizations that we incubate. So yeah, if you're interested in more, there is a tab on our website about it.
Yes, love it. Awesome. So I know you need to head off, but thank you so much, Allie, for coming on and sharing yourself, sharing your time, and sharing more about Abundance NC. Excited to see who you guys get for a bookkeeper.
I know, me too. But yeah, no, thank you for putting this together. I really do feel like our paths were crossed recently for something bigger, but and this is big within itself. You know what? I hate how I just said that. The community ripples start with things like this. Exactly what I talked about this whole time. Community ripples start by the weaving and the connecting. And so I just want to thank you, Tammy, for being a community weaver yourself and doing this work, because it is so damn needed.
Thank you, love. So sweet. Always nice to hear. Someone recently was telling me about the impact of my work on them, and they're just like, blah, blah, blah. Like, you probably hear this. And I'm like, honestly, yes, but like, it never, ever hurts to hear it again. It always hits me differently each time, and it always feels so good. But I love that we're all united in making the world a better place. And it just, we can't do it without one another. And knowing that there's so many of us doing it is such a good, peaceful moment too. So love it. Have a good rest of your day. I know it's 1:50, so I want to be mindful of your time. Thank you
so much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello, hello.
Hey,
How are you, my love?
good. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. You're looking so fab, and I love these colors on you.
Thank you. I was like, I haven't put on makeup in forever. I was like, let me put on some makeup. And of course I had to go overboard. But it's fine.
I love it. Yes. And those glasses look fire on you.
Oh, thank you. I love these glasses. I wear them every day.
Yes. It's good to have like a nice, also meet Cutie.
Hi, Cutie.
He loves to be a bird. So, we'll hear him in the background every now and then. But how's your day been so far?
It's been pretty good. It's raining really, really hard here. I'm in Atlanta and it's raining super hard. So I haven't really been outside, but other than that, it's been nice so far. I joined in like around 10 and was like listening to some of the conversations and cool stuff.
Yes. Yeah, I love the lineup that I had today. We started out with, I don't know if you caught Benevolence Farms, but they work with a lot of previously incarcerated women to help with, stable housing, stable employment, services, that trauma-focused services. So we're like started off with like kind of like a really cool, like I don't know about cool, but I guess like everyone's brought such, and I love everyone's, the work that everyone does. Everyone's so unique, but also so inclusive and expansive in their line of work. So it's just really neat to be able to like chat about it, to give a platform to everyone and just to like have fun throughout the day, but bring on some powerful, powerful people who are doing great stuff.
I love that. And I remember when we first talked about like me participating in this, I was just like in awe of the different like types of people that you had and like the different work that was being done. And like afterwards, I'm gonna have to go through and like watch and kind of like see everything. But it's just always so fascinating to me how like you never really know what's going on or like what people are doing until someone kind of like highlights it or like you see it on social media or you like tune into something like this. So I'm sure it's like hopefully as the day progresses, people are gonna like discover so many different people doing so many cool things.
Yeah, exactly. And with the poetry cipher at the end of the night, like I'm just excited to bring so much joy and knowledge to people. But to go back to you, you are here also representing an organization called Muslim Women 4 and doing great shit. And I want to hear all about it. And we all want to hear about it. So why are you in Atlanta?
Oh, yeah. So I'm in Atlanta because I recently got a job and moved here actually like within like the past month.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so exciting stuff. And actually, with Muslim Women 4, I do digital. So like most of my work, I do digital and a little bit of like operations too. But most of my work has been basically I'm like the digital organizer. And so like just about everything that you see like on our social media is me or we recently were able to hire a digital organizer intern. And so he makes like really cool, he's really like artistic and all that. John, shout out to John. But yeah, so that's why I'm in Atlanta. Very recent life developments.
Ah, yeah, no, that is, I was like, wait, I thought you were in North Carolina.
Yeah, when we talked, I was in North Carolina.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
movement, migration, gotta love it.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, honestly, with like Muslim Women 4, it's really been, I mean, just even like the title of this event, like kind of like manifesting your future, and it's kind of like envisioning the future. I never would have thought that Muslim Women 4 would be where it is in 2020 if you would have asked me in like 2016. It's just like has been like completely unpredictable and completely just like just so much greater than I would have ever envisioned it, So yeah.
Yeah, and I love that. And I think there's this importance to like basking and celebrating that feeling of just being in a place that you didn't expect, but is so much more beautiful than you expected. And just really sitting presently in that moment and like accepting and receiving all of the work and all the love that's been shown, and the product of all of that.
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's very true. And honestly, like when I do sit back and think about kind of like where we are versus like where we were, I don't even think that it was even like a concept in my mind that Muslim Women for or like the work that we do would really like resonate with people. I think sometimes when you're kind of like living in your own world, you think that like, you know, like I'm the only one who's dealing with this. I'm the only, you know, like person who feels very who feels like, you know, people only see my identities. They don't see who I am. People only like care about kind of like what I look like. They don't care about like what I have to say, that kind of thing. You kind of start to internalize that. But then when you start talking to other people or when you start just like in general, just like engaging and like being like who you are, being your authentic self, like you realize that that attracts a lot of like similar people and a lot of really great things that you would have never imagined. And so that's probably like the biggest lesson that I've learned throughout like my like organizing experience is I believe it's Angela Davis who talks about like having like a radical imagination and like literally if you're going to imagine the world, you need to imagine like utopia and like work towards it. And then even if you fail, at least you're kind of like close to where you want to be. And I feel like through Muslim Women for, like, that's what I realized is like, we can literally do whatever we want. Like, and I say that to Layla and Iman, my two co-founders, all the time. I'm like, literally, let's just ask. Like, why not? Let's just do it. No one else is doing it. Let's just do it. And that's kind of been literally the past like 4 or 5 years is just like, why not? Like, who's going to stop us? So.
Yes. I love that energy. Yes. Fuck yes. Just like I'm kind of like in between the spurts of like Cutie not yelling, just like yes,
yes. Cutie was in the back like yes,
yes. Cutie's getting hyped about this shit. He's like yeah.
No, for real though, yeah. Thank you, Cutie. Shout out to you.
Yes, yes, and that's so true. And I love that you said radical imagination and authenticity. You know, I bring that to like also law of attraction. There's just so much that's right here. And I think, you know, that's where, of course, it's so nice that we have Biden Biden as the projected elect, and with just people feeling safe and capable of continuing to do what we want to do, and not being held back by, you know, fear. And we're just finally, I think, it hit me actually on that day where I finally felt like I was letting go of also the feelings of anxiety. I was letting go that those weren't feelings I needed to hold on to and remember. I could say goodbye, you know what I mean? And leave it at the door and just use different emotions to take up that space where anxiety once sat. And yeah, it's been beautiful to kind of allow that part to come in through me and then see how that has hit other people and how that also gets mirrored in different interactions and different relationships.
Oh yes, I completely agree. I completely agree with that. And just you saying like the anxiety that you were holding, I 100% resonate with that because literally I found out. So I had actually been, and I don't know if we talked about this, but I basically was like off of like the internet, off of Twitter, off of all of that, kind of like the days before the election. And I was like, I'm not going to look at anything like the whole week. And so I wasn't looking at anything. I didn't want to like hold any of that anxiety. And even though I wasn't looking at things, I still felt anxious because I would, you know, like I would see it on the TV at home or like whatever. And literally, even though I was like purposely not looking at things. When I found out, and I found out really late, actually, I think it was Saturday afternoon, maybe, or sorry, Saturday morning. I didn't find out until Saturday afternoon. And it was just like the next day when I woke up, my entire body was sore. And I was like, it must have been just like how tense I was and how I was like, you feel it in your body, even though like, you know, you can tell your brain one thing, and you can kind of like try and talk through the anxiety or like really like try and train yourself to kind of like train your thoughts. But your body is like, constantly just like, I'm here to protect you, you know, and just holding that tension, like literally like fight or flight. So I totally resonate with that. And just like, it was like a release almost. But even on top of that, like just like the whole concept of like doing whatever we want or kind of like just like moving in a way, like moving in the world in a way where we're focusing on the things that bring us joy, and we're kind of like pushing back fear. That concept to me is really interesting, because other people, that's like their normal life. Like they move like the whole I can do whatever I want. Like when we're talking about like the mega rich, when we're talking about the 1%, when we're talking about like white supremacists, you know, whatever, that's how they move in the world. Truly, and the world backs them up, kind of thing. And so I think that when we kind of, and it's not, I think when we are like saying, you know, I'm doing whatever I want, or I'm moving through the world with intention, I don't think we're meaning it in like a bravado way. We're not meaning it in like like I'm not going to move about the world like in a way that oppresses other people, but I'm literally just going to be myself, or I'm literally going to accept myself for who I am, and just do what I want to do without fear.
Yes.
That is so difficult to wrap your head around. But then you realize that people don't even have a concept of this fear. They don't even have a concept of like any of that, you know, like any of that negativity. And so I think it's just so interesting to think about, because for us, we have to like go through trauma to like realize that we can be our authentic selves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's a lot, because I think, and that's the beauty, I guess, of being a colored person or being considered historically a minority and all of these things. And I'm at this point where I'm like, no, guys, we're the majority. Even if our skin is this, you know, even if our skin is white, like there are plenty of, you know, and that's the part where like all of this work is about, like, let's remember, like, it's not about any of that. It's about what we're doing and how we're doing and what our intentions are. And dang, something smells really good, and I don't know what it is, but just like started wafting, and I was like, lotion?
Is it candle, lotion, perfume?
Yeah, I'm like, damn.
I love it.
But yes,
I don't know why I mentally started like sniffing. I don't know why, like mentally I was like, and I was like, wait.
Yes, you're just here. We're just so presently here, and we don't realize that screens are, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just like, I don't know if you caught that. Let me rein it in.
I love it. But yes, I just want to continue reiterating, like, yeah, we do whatever the fuck we want, because we know that what we're doing is right. What we're doing is building up the world. What we're doing is making the world a beautiful place. And there's nothing that's going to stop us. The world is only going to continue giving us all that we need to go in that direction of what's right, you know, and what's beautiful. So yes. Oh, I'm so glad this was recorded, because I'm gonna have to go back. I know, right? It's like, ooh, I definitely need to go through and watch all of this at some point.
I love it.
Yes. So Muslim Woman 4, I think there's going to be a few questions in terms of what is Muslim Woman 4?
Yes. And honestly, the answer to that question has really evolved in the past, again, like 4 years. And I'll say that when we started off just with the intention of, in general, creating space for Muslim women. And what that has looked like has been, you know, like art events. Our first event actually was Muslim Creativities Explored. And it was just women in the community who had, you know, art, who had poetry, who had something that they wanted to share. We kind of just created a space for that. And we had like a voter registration section. So we kind of incorporated a little bit of that like civic engagement, but the purpose and like the intention behind it really wasn't that. The intention was more so to just kind of like create space for women to just have their voices be heard and have their stories and their narratives be kind of like put out in the forefront. And the reasons that we did that are, you know, we could go into that for forever, but the reason that we started the organization is because we wanted to empower Muslim women, women of color, Black and brown women. And then slowly it's shifted into us realizing that in organizing spaces, in general, in terms of like political education, we didn't feel that anyone was really providing that for the Muslim community. And if they were providing it for the Muslim community, it wasn't the type of political education that we believe our values kind of like align with, right? And so then slowly we were able to start actually doing events through like just in general that we're providing some sort of political education or providing some sort of space. So our spaces slowly started to get a little bit more, substantive, but at the same time, I'll say that even if we're not talking about anything that's like super deep or super heavy or super, like radical theory, whatever, just us being in a space and being able to talk about things as a community, has substance. You know what I mean? And so we did like a Black Muslim talk space. We did a talk, kind of like an open space actually after the elections in 2016, kind of like for people to like see each other, heal, things like that. And then we were actually able to get funding to do a social justice leadership retreat for women. And that was really exciting because it had an interfaith aspect to it. And something that people don't really, I guess, with the name Muslim Women For, they assume it's like just for Muslim women. But really it's just led by Muslim women. And so we work a lot with, of course, within the Muslim community, but we are 100% in solidarity and coalition build with a bunch of different progressive organizations. So we don't just work with Muslims. We don't just accept Muslims in our space. We're very open. And of course, like participating in any kind of, participating in the kind of any kind of like movement building as Muslims, we've learned, and I think maybe folks from other religions and other backgrounds have also learned that you have to be in coalition with folks and you have to be talking to each other. And so that's really been kind of like the bulk of our work. And this year we weren't able to do our social justice leadership retreat, but we were actually able to do a lot of work related to the election. So we were able to hire 3 electoral organizers that worked across the state of North Carolina. I believe one of them was in Charlotte, one was in Greensboro, and I think one was in the Raleigh area. 2 technically were in the Raleigh area. And they did so much work. They did phone banking with volunteers. They did text banking. We were able, kind of like on the digital end, we created a lot of flyers in different languages, really like to get the Muslim vote out there. And to make sure people were aware of like what was going on and why the elections were so important to our community. But I will say we're not an organization that just organizes during, the electoral season. This was actually we've been an organization for almost 5 years, and this was our first year really doing election, like very heavy elections focused work. Because again, we care about the Muslim community. We care about like our Black and brown community outside of whether or not they voted. You know what I mean? And, voting is great. That's an awesome action that you can take, but it's not the only action that you can take. And I think kind of having that intention with our organizing, that we care about you as like a whole person in our community, that's what I care about. You know what I mean? That's what I want people to know. And also a lot of folks are immigrants or are undocumented, so that's, when you talk about elections, that's something they can't necessarily participate in. And so I think that's really important to uplift within the Muslim community as well. So yeah, I mean, honestly, even going into 2020, we're like constantly shifting and I envision us doing a lot more healing justice work. And I know I talked to you about my healing collective and I use every opportunity to talk about it because I'm so pumped about it.
Yes.
And so that's hopefully something that is really experimental, where I'm essentially put out a call for anyone who lives in North Carolina, and probably I'm opening it up to the South, anyone who's from the South in general, who doesn't identify as a man and wants to join in on these biweekly calls where we do any kind of activity that the cohort is interested in. And I'm providing stipends for them, just for being part of it, but also hopefully that they use it to navigate their own healing and self-care practices, because it has been a year. It has been a year. So hopefully that's something that, if all goes well, fingers crossed, that's something that we'll be able to incorporate more within our organization. Because I actually read on Twitter, I don't know where this is from, but if you search on Twitter, you could probably find the person who originally tweeted it. But they had said if you organize in a way that's killing you, you're going to build a world that will kill you. And I think that's like really, I think it's really like kind of like triggering to hear that, and it's hard to hear, but at the same time, it's real. Like you cannot keep, you know, recreating oppression in your life. You can't treat yourself, you know, you can't deprive, and I'm saying this to myself first and foremost, you can't deprive yourself of the things you need. And say, you know, it's for the movement, it's for this, it's for that, because you will reach a point where, you know, you've accomplished all this stuff, but you kind of lost yourself.
Yeah. It's not sustainable.
It's not. And I say it, right? I say it and I read it on Twitter and I hit like and I hit retweet, but is it clicking? Is it clicking? I don't know, but I'm trying.
That's a really good point. I mean, and that's the hard part, because I think depending on the kind of work, sometimes it might be someone's end. You know what I mean? Like some people, they're here for that. And we know that due to a lot of people who've gotten killed in the middle of trying to do their activist work. Yeah. But I also think that there's a lot in terms of the energy that you put out and the energy that you get back. And there's definitely like a lot of overworking that we do. But I think if there's also good results coming in, if there's a big impact, or not even big, but if there's an impact that's being made that's positive, that's, you know, even touching one person's life, I think that in itself is already like such a win.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's honestly like kind of like the first rule of survival too. It's like on the airplanes, they tell you, you know, put the oxygen mask on yourself and then, you know, help someone else. And I think naturally people that are in this work, they're naturally, you know, you care and you're very compassionate and you're, I think like an empath or, you know, like you just have that kind of like, I want to say like, honestly, maybe like personality type. And so it's, you know, that's great. But we also can't save people before we save ourselves.
Yeah.
So that's really been the intention for this healing collective, is like, you know, even Muslim women for in general, you know, when you talk about gender-based, when you talk about Islamophobia for the most part, women bear the brunt of it, you know, women that, you know, visually look Muslim, or just in general, like they're the ones who are kind of like the visual, and they're the ones who bear the brunt of it. And so we want to basically say, like, you know, like we see y'all are out here, y'all have been out here, y'all have been the ones that come to our events and that participate in the community in so many different ways. And so it's like, let us like help you take care of you kind of thing, because this work won't be sustainable if we're all kind of like burnt out and really like harming ourselves and aren't able to be here, you know, just in terms of survival, but then also in terms of like wanting to continue with this work, because it's like we're going to be organizing forever, you know what I mean? It's like a generational thing. So it's like we gotta take care of ourselves. And so the application or the sign up is up on Muslim Women For's website and all that. So if anyone is watching, listening, and feels like this is something that's like up their alley, or that they want to, you know, you want to just like hang out with us and do yoga and, you know, chat 2 times a week, like or not 2 times a week, bi-weekly. Sorry. Sign up. Let's hang.
Yeah, I love that. I am pulling up this website right now. Yeah. And I see it. Okay. 2020 Healing Collective.
Sign up.
Hold on. I feel like I should share this while I'm pulling this up. I was like screen sharing a YouTube thing. I don't know if you could hear it in the background, but
I heard audio for a second.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Because that's what I was playing some nice chill sounds in the back.
Yes. So, wow. This is so like technologically advanced. This is so cool.
I'm here for it. I'm here to make us all look fucking fabulous.
I love it.
Doha of Muslim Women 4 is organizing a healing collective for NC Femme and women identifying organizers to have bi-weekly calls where we create space to disconnect for an hour or two as we wade through the end of this challenging and strange year. the collective would start after the elections and go into early January. Oh, so has it already started?
No, it hasn't started yet. So we're still taking applications or signups, whatever. We can only do like a certain number of people. So after, hopefully like by this week, everyone who is kind of like interested will apply. But it's going to be 6 calls. So it'll probably, the way it's going, it'll probably start maybe the first week of December and then go maybe into February 2021. So it hasn't started yet. Click the link to sign up. I just ask a few questions. And yeah.
Yes, it looks like. Here, let me.
And I'm actually basing this collective off of another collective that an organizer by the name of Sid does for the Latinx community in Los Angeles. And so Sid was a huge help to me just in terms of kind of like talking through like how I want to do this. I'm talking through like what they do with their collective and kind of the different types of folks that they have within their collective out in Los Angeles County. So it's definitely like work that I'm excited to do in the South. I'm excited to see what it looks like in the South, but definitely building off of like cool things that other organizers have done.
Yeah. Wait, so you said it's Spud? The other
Sorry, what?
What was the other organization's name?
Oh, no. It's the person's name, Sid.
Oh.
But I don't remember the name of their collective.
No, that's totally fine. The fact that there's so many collectives that we can't remember all the names is already great.
Yes, to healing we go. And honestly, it looks like different things for different communities and like different groups of people. So I'm excited to see how, the cohort that I end up doing this with, I'm excited to see kind of like what things they're interested in, like what things they want to talk about. So I'm really hoping that they'll be the ones to really like curate the space and like do what they want to do.
Yes, I love that. And that's the part of like doing anything is also about the agency of the grassroots, the people on the ground and making sure that they feel that they can do it on their own and not feel, and that's the part of like dependency, right? And sometimes it's toxic when we feel like, oh, well, we need a grant to do this. And that's even stuff I've been kind of fleshing out for myself with my line of work is, do I want to build like a new model when it comes to financing what I want to do? Or do I want to kind of look into old methods? So it's just a lot of learning, and it's definitely a lot of research and deciphering. But I really like this healing collective. I'll definitely have to talk to you more about it offline.
For sure. I can talk about it forever. I'm like so hype about it.
Yes, that's so important. I also have Tempe and Alex on the line, so I'm going to add them to the stream. I do want to say you are obviously welcome to stay for as long as you want. You are also welcome to head off at any time, but I just wanted to check if you wanted to stay on or if you wanted to go, because if you wanted to go, I just wanted to make sure that I grab all of your social media that you might want to share and everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm good to hop off, so I can share social media for the organization. So Muslim Women 4, we're on just about everything as at Muslim Women 4. So Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I feel like Instagram is probably a good like starting place. And then our website is muslimwomen4.org. And then me, if you want to follow me or if you want to just like hit me up about the Healing Collective or anything else, my personal Instagram and Twitter are both at It's Your Girl Doha. So yeah, just YA girl, DOHA.
Okay, hold on. I think I got this because it's Ya Girl Doha. Okay. Perfect.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll definitely chat more soon and have a great rest of your rainy Atlanta day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, take care. Bye, love.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Tammy.
Hello. Happy afternoon.
Oh, beautiful rainy afternoon. How's it going?
Yes, it's going well. You guys are kind of the last group, if I could call it group, before someone else kind of takes over. So then this is kind of a nice conclusion to my 6-hour interview day.
How are you? Well, how are you feeling now that you've been interviewing all day?
Yeah, seriously, good question. Thanks for interviewing me. It's been honestly really fucking nice. Like, I think just coming from a recruiting background, I'm so used to like talking so much and meeting different people that it just naturally was like, and it's people that I know and like. So it's just like, I'm having so much fun. And the way people are like coming into the calls and leaving, like the transitions themselves are just like super fun. And some people are like meeting each other, you know, in that moment. So it's kind of nice to also get some random human interaction via a virtual interview.
Yes. And I see Kiwi/Cuties making her debut. Like,
yes. Oh yeah. His debut has been, it's been a loud one, but it's been a good one. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I think I'm just gonna keep the name as Cutie because it's more fitting, you know. Kiwi is like a cute nickname, but
the rebrand is over.
Yeah, the rebrand I think has come to an end, and we've decided to continue with the same name. Official announcement. But yes, how is Tempe and Alex doing separately and together?
Together, good. I'll say that for both of us. Separately, I'm doing good. I've had a very productive like couple of days, and that feels really good for me. That's something we talked about the other day while we were just sitting together, feeling that like that shift in the level of productivity we're experiencing right now. And as people who like to be really on all the time, it's hard to adjust, but I think I'm adjusting more after 7 months of quarantine and like COVID stuff. Like I finally kind of found my footing a little bit. So I'm feeling good today. I feel happy and I love the rain. So I'm glad it's going to be raining a lot.
Yes. It was so like all of a sudden I haven't looked at the weather. And so I was just like, whoa, like what was that? And then it just like was pouring heavily down. I was like, oh, okay. I like it. Yes. And how are you, Alex?
I'm good. I'm on the opposite spectrum of the rain. I'm honestly pissed that it's going to be raining for the next straight. I'm really upset about it. I've been getting into a routine of going outside and enjoying basketball and doing things, and so now I can't do that until next week. So I'm not happy about it, but it's okay. I've got plenty of things to keep me occupied, and so I'm doing well. Other than that, just we've got Living Room Lecturettes event coming up. We've been working with the Dix Park Conservancy, and it's been nice working with Trey, and so besides that and other things coming up. The holidays, feeling a little weird about getting together with family for the holidays, but making the best of it. So yeah, it's going to be a smaller Thanksgiving this year than I'm used to. I'm used to a pretty big one, and so smaller this year, but it'll be good. It'll be really good to see family again.
Yeah, there you go. That's nice. Yeah, the holidays are coming up, and it's like after this event today, I'm just like, all right, I'm just like not gonna look at screens for a little bit. Like I'm just gonna go offline for a little bit as much as I can. And then it's Thanksgiving, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I gotta think about it. Do I want a Thanksgiving? Low key, yes. So we shall see. But yes, Cutie. Cutie's very excited, I guess, for all the things that are coming as well. But yeah, so let's talk about Living Room Lecturettes. Let's talk about where you're at with that. I want to hear more. We want to hear more.
Yeah, so we can, for people who haven't had a chance to meet us yet or hang out with us at one of our events, Living Room Lecturettes is a unconventional lecture series comprised of 3-minute talks from folks in the community, sharing their passions, projects, ideas, hope, fears, dreams, really anything that is captivating your mind, and being able to present that to your community. And it is creating the space for the community to educate the community and democratize that platform to be an educator, because this is something we talked about a lot this idea of like keynote speakers having an hour to like talk about their profession and all the research they've done. And that's really valuable, but I think breaking it down into a space where people can share like their general knowledge and then build that knowledge together is just really, really valuable. So that's kind of what we do. And Alex can share some about like where we're at right now.
Yeah. So where we're at right now, originally we were really excited about a event that we had planned in person with the Dix Park Conservancy, and we were going to do an event there on the 25th of October. Unfortunately, it got rained out. So what we agreed on with them was we'll do a virtual version of the event. And the idea with this one, and it's our first event partnering with them. So really excited to partner with an organization like theirs. And the idea with this one is to explore the theme of play, and especially how that's related to people coming together in the community, especially in a huge public area like Dix Park, and sourcing ideas for like what that looks like, especially with the unique situation of Dix wanting to get a lot of input from the community about the future of the park, where it's headed, what people want to see, and how people want to transform the park, because it's a great opportunity. I mean, if you've been to Dix Park, it's like a blank canvas at this point. And so there's a lot that can be done with it. And so, part of this is to get, hopefully we can get folks excited about that opportunity of having that input. So the virtual event coming up, it's still going to be along the same lines, just doing it virtually, and that's this coming weekend on Sunday, 2 to 5.
We have space left for speakers. If this theme of play, sharing your philosophy on play, ways that you're engaging with the world around you in a playful way or connecting to your inner child, there's still space. So feel free to sign up. I can send that link on to Tammy, and then maybe that can be broadcast to y'all. But
yeah, and then I guess other things coming up are podcasts in the works, moving slowly but surely. But it's definitely a new format that we want to explore for living room lecturettes. It'll be different in that folks can come. I mean, there's a little bit more of kind of this preparation that can happen where it's just an edited format. So typically with the lecturettes format, people do prepare ahead of time, but then it's very much public speaking or speaking to a group. But with this, it's a little bit, I guess, maybe a little bit low pressure in that sense, but it also can be creative in a whole lot of other ways. And so with the podcast, the idea will be similar to how we're doing play for Dix Park. We're going to explore words and different themes, and see how folks present creatively their interpretations on whatever that word or theme is. And we want to keep the podcast very I guess what's the word, like accessible to folks, in that it's not, one thing we've noticed with a lot of podcasts is that they tend to go pretty long, and we want to keep these to kind of, maybe 20-30 minute bite-sized kind of bits, so that, people can just get this injection of awesome ideas without having to make this big upfront commitment to listen to something that could potentially be pretty long. So
yeah, which is definitely in line with our super short form like structure of these 3-minute talks.
Yeah.
I love that. I actually love that direction that you guys are taking with the podcast. I feel like that resonates with me a lot, because that's something that I actually would probably hop in. Well, I'm really bad at listening to podcasts, so I don't know for sure, because I personally have thought about going into a podcast, and then I'm like, but I don't even listen, so should I get into it? But I love that, because I think that I was looking at North Carolina podcasts, and there's definitely nothing that is feels truly diverse too. And I think that's a huge component of what we're missing, is just diverse voices, diverse thought. So I really appreciate because that means you can open up obviously your audience in that sense, and it's not just local per se, and that's really cool and that's exciting.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I need to pick your brain on like the mics you're using and all of the gear you've got, because I have been like, I'll like cover my head with my in my bed and I'm like trying to record. There's still all this like static and stuff. So if anybody listening has any ideas for that too, hit me up. Like,
oh yes.
Do.
And speaking of that, so if people wanted to reach out to you, is that something? Cutie's like playing with the newspaper at the bottom of that cage. I'm like, you shouldn't do that, but it's fine. But so if people wanted to reach out to Tempe and Alex, is there something that people should go to?
Yeah, definitely. We have an Instagram, Living Room Lecturettes. And then we also have an email, which is tinytalkscommunity@gmail.com. And we've built a website. It's still a little baby site, and it's tinytalks.community.
Wait, hold on.
You want me to send all this to you?
Yeah.
No, I think I actually have all this. I just clearly wanted to try and do everything live and got way too ahead of myself. But that's so cute. I like that. I'm looking it up right now. Oh, I'm going to share this. Let me.
Yeah, we're really excited about the website.
Yeah.
Yes, as one should be. Bask in the glory.
We have no pictures from any of our events.
Yeah.
So
definitely something we need to work on, getting more media for the event. But
this footage was filmed at VAE for the We Claim Raleigh event, which is a grassroots political movement, getting folks involved in local politics and taking a hand in shaping the future of Raleigh. So we had all kinds of amazing people give talks, and yeah, this is some footage that we snagged from that. Wes Cheesebro filmed this and put together a really great video.
I love
piece for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome. I love that there's like a whole, it's not just a visual, it's a moving visual.
Well, I think you really capture what it is just by not just taking a photo of the person speaking or the crowd. It has to be both together, because you cannot have one without the other.
Yes, exactly. I love that. I love how cute these graphics are.
Yeah, the graphics are amazing. My sweet friend Andrew Evans put those. Big shout out to Andrew for creating the little sticky note drawing that I had, and I just sent him a picture of it. He's like, I can definitely work with this. His words were actually, "Oh, I'll crush that."
Yes. I love this.
It's our Instagram. We like to post graphics for our upcoming events, as well as we've started doing some different like infographics. So just things talking about covering like topics that people have given presentations on at our past events, or just things that I've been reading about and find really interesting and want to share. And if you want to submit something for that too, you absolutely can. If you find yourself with extra time and an interest in Canva.
Yes.
This is the main thing of this is it being a community effort, a place for people just to come and share what they're thinking about, what they're creating, and that can cover so many bases.
Yeah. No, I love that. And I love that line also on your website called "Let's Skip the Small Talk." I'm like, that's so exciting. So then in terms of, the general question that we're answering, what is the vision and the dream of Living Room Lecturettes? Like, do you see it going on for a long time? Do you see it? I mean, obviously you're already in such an evolving stage, so it's a little bit hard to maybe answer that question. But maybe overall as well, for your community, for yourselves, what are certain dreams and visions that y'all have?
Right. Do you want to answer first?
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is yes, we want the organization to grow. We want that to grow. We want to continue to create these conversations and bring it to a larger scale. But I think really the heart of it is like building this into the culture, right? It's like, let's like rethink the way that kind of we share ideas and bring all different perspectives into the conversation, and rethink like what that looks like and how that's presented. You know, we've been following a pretty traditional model for a while, and there's nothing wrong with it, you know. But I think like doing things like putting these constraints to help people be more creative in how they present their ideas, and also having that, you know, constraint of time also allow more voices to come in. I think that's just an awesome way to go about bringing in new ideas to any conversation. So, you know, one thing we talked about too is like, you're probably familiar with Tammy, but we've done a bunch of these where it's kind of free form, but we want to, and free form is great, but we also want to do more of like around these specific ideas or themes to invoke a specific kind of conversation. So this time it's play, you know, but then there are other to talk about, you know. And when we did this at BAE with Reclaim Raleigh, it was about, you know, Raleigh. It was about local politics, local organizing, and so using the model to spark more specific conversations too. So building that into the culture, growing and scaling it out, and highlighting smaller organizations, you know, that might be on the come up and want to share, you know, what they're doing, what they're up to.
Yeah, I echo everything that Alex has said. And on top of that, like, we've already started doing this, but I'd love for it to expand, where we get to showcase all of the talent and amazing things that like our community holds. So we've been, when we were able to do things in person, we would have live bands play who were all like our friends, local people. We even had Tumbao, which is one of my favorite bands, with one of my favorite people. I dream that we'll be able to have like a couple of bands playing, and we'll have a vendor market, and we'll have like opportunities for people to come forward and benefit very deeply from these, beyond just like the opportunity to connect and to learn, but also to like share your work and share the things that you care about in a way that might not be a presentation. It might not be a 3-minute talk. And so really it's just about continuing to uplift as many people as we can. But this is also a really complicated question, because I'm moving to New York City next year to get my master's in social work, and I don't really know what's going to happen, and I'm afraid to think about it. I'm afraid to think about it. Part of me just wants to, like, every season for our seasonal talks, just like fly back to North Carolina and put on the show.
I love that. And hey, that's the thing that's beautiful about moving, is that you continue to expand your network and you continue to expand what's possible. And you're just only really bridging more and more gaps, you know, in our country, in the ways that we do, in the moments of, and the reason why, like, for example, like right now, right, having different people come on, just knowing that there's someone doing other dope work. And I think that's where going to university, going to another city, especially one like New York City, like, you're only going to continue to bring back so many lessons into living room lecturettes. And so many more people are now going to be able to share their voice because you're there and you're able to connect with them. And you're such a good connector. You know, you love to meet, you love to network, you love to matchmake. And I think that's such a beautiful part of your journey and how it blends so beautifully into living room lecturettes as well. So I'm excited.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm excited. I will absolutely be with you to New York and to share with my future classmates and my future colleagues. And I don't know if it will end up as big as it has gotten here, where we have like 100 folks come out to listen and enjoy and connect. But even if it's just 10 people who were putting out with me in the classroom.
Yes.
Thing I love so much is building community, and it doesn't have to have any kind of giant end goal. It's just about, even if it's connecting two people and making it so people feel less alone and feel more seen and heard, then that's all that matters to me.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And the beauty of your podcast is that now you have that further reach. You know, you could have 100 people and that's beautiful, but what if also, no, I'm not even going to go there, but the point is like even touching one person and having an impact on one person is already so big. And I think the work that we do naturally just touches a lot of people's lives. And I think sometimes it's like easy to forget that we have such big impact. And then we're like, wait, but now I want 1,000 people. Now I want even more. Like I want stadiums. And it's like, I think the beauty of now for me, recognizing like local community, you know, is so important. And I think that's where Living Room Lecturettes could even like split into like NYC, and it can split into like Raleigh. And then like you have like multiple people doing this, like, and it's all spearheaded under the two of you. And I'm like, like that impact is even like greater, you know, but so many thoughts that I'm like going into. I'm just so happy for you.
Travel down that road too, but then I'm sure you understand, like handing off your baby, that's scary. There are people I've been talking to who have done it before, and they're like, I had to move away, I had to hand it over, and so maybe that's something I'll do. I think, you know, when I first came up with the idea, which was just like sitting in my room, like my senior year of college, and I was scrolling through Tumblr and saw that someone had made a PowerPoint to go along with their rant that they made all their friends listen to at a party. And I was like, that is beautiful. I have to expand this.
Yes.
So I just like, because I love ranting. I love going off at in like all kinds of settings because it's fun.
Yes. Fuck
and
yes.
so I wanted to make it like an intentional thing at a party with a projector and a whole wall that was a big screen, and like just make it all of these things. And I sat on that idea for several months waiting for the right person to come to help me with it. And I tried it with a couple of other people, and we just didn't really align in the ways that we needed to. But then when I started spending time with Alex, we were like talking over drinks, and I told him about it, and he had started something really similar in college, and we just like really, really were on the same page and had the same vision for it. I think if I were to hand it off, it would have to be a similar situation of me finding someone who understood me and understood Alex now in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? At the end of the day, like, who knows? Sometimes it doesn't have to get bigger. You know, like that's another aspect of it. Like sometimes there's beauty in it just kind of continuing to do whatever it is that you originally planned for. And who knows? There's so much in the future that we can't tell. And I love that you both are not spearheading. That's not, well, yes and no, because yes. But it's just as at the end of the day, bringing people together, creating community, building spaces is so beautiful. And who knows where that takes us? It's going to take us to so many places that we can't even imagine right now.
Exactly. And that's why I'm not pressed about like knowing exactly what I'm going to do or like having some kind of like strict trajectory for this. It's just like, this is so organic. And like I said, it's all based on the people who come. And so it's like not even truly my choice what happens next. Like,
right. Yeah. I would say that's similar with like my stuff. Just people ask me like, so what is it? And I'm like, I mean, I can describe it, but it's also so dependent on who decides to be a part of it. It's not just me, it's us. And that means I'm really open to having to switch it up or to just flowing is ultimately what it's all about. And I think today for me was super representative of just like, people were like, so what are you going to do like in the early morning? And I was like, I don't know, but I know that it will be fun. And that's all that matters. And it was actually so fun. It just like super random, no plans. I was just like, all right, I guess I'm just going to use this time and work on my shit because I procrastinated because it's moi. And then Dee was like, I was over at Dee's when I was first starting, and Dee was like starting to play piano. Sebastian, my roommate, came over and we just started like smoking, and it's just like naturally. And then I streamed it, and then Bao ended up like hitting us up, and then he joined the call because we were like, hey, come on up. he like played some keys on his end, and then we had like this Twitch random person talking, and then another friend, you know, so it's just like all like just everything comes and everything aligns and everything just works out so beautifully. And it was just so much fun. And then all day today, like, even though, yeah, people had their time, you know, I love how like people blended in with someone else's talk or whatever it was. And it was just really neat to, yeah, it's just like loving every moment of it, even the awkward moments or the moments where it's just silence, and just appreciating that. So it's been a good day. So I just wanted to repeat that again.
Well, I feel like you have such a talent for that too. You've done all of the legwork leading up to these moments of like connecting to people and like inspiring people, and then you create that space, and you almost like, you don't step away, but you do just like, you come to it with like open arms, and you say, let's bring yourself and who you are and what you're thinking about, and it'll all be good.
Yeah.
You surround yourself with good people.
Yeah. I like how this low-key became just a session of us like uplifting each other. I love it. I love it so much.
That's just how I operate, honestly.
Yes. I mean, this is literally what we do, uplifting as many people as we can. So
you're amazing. No, you're amazing. Like
no, you hang out. I love it. So is there anything else that you guys wanted to share about Living Room Lecturettes that we may have missed out on?
I feel like this has covered a lot of it.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about how good it feels when it's happening. Like, especially, I will never forget the very first one we held was like 60 people jammed into my tiny ass living room. We did not know what to expect at all. Like, we had planned all this stuff out, but we didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Because
I love.
And you're like, all right, you guys can talk now. This person's going up. And just like, my heart was so full of like joy and happiness to see like my idea come to life, and for people to like just fill it in. And another thing that I've learned while like doing all this event planning and like building space and like kind of putting myself out there, like putting ourselves out there, is that I would always get really stressed before it happens. And I've come to the realization, I guess this is just my advice to people and my advice to myself is, if I ever find it to be more stressful than like enjoyable, like if I'm ever more stressed than I am excited for something, then I'm going to stop doing it. And so I like had to like check in with myself and say, you're so stressed about this, but are you excited? And every time it would happen, I would feel amazing. And then I'd be so stressed leading up to it. And so that's my advice to anyone who wants to do anything. It's going to be a little scary, but always check those levels and make sure that your heart's in the right place and that you're feeling really good about it. Because this is something that makes me feel really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cutie agrees.
Yeah. And I would say from my end, something we've been learning a lot about is, this journey of starting to form partnerships with other organizations. And trying to bring more people into the fold to help out. And just how once you start going on that path, and it's not just you doing everything, or relying on other people, or you have certain expectations with other groups. We're just learning a lot about what that looks like and how it's super important to just stick to your values as you move through that journey. And one thing I think we've also been learning is like, as you bring more people in or start forming partnerships, being really clear on like what communication looks like, what expectations look like, what you need from the other party and vice versa to successfully make things happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's really important to know those things up front. And that's something we've been learning just recently. So, as you move through and get bigger, don't just think about how, oh, the decision I'm making, is it better for me, or is it better for the event, or better for this other organization? But more so is that decision aligning with the values that you have and the values that sit behind your organization.
Right. And that really helps that's something I've learned of like my nurturing of my leadership skills is like, there was a point where I found myself like very worried about like how it was going to come across, like the actions that I took, rather than thinking about like, how can I make this better and stand true with like our values of uplifting people and nurturing our community. And that was a really big learning moment for me, because I had to release all the anxiety of like, how will this hurt me? And I had to move to how can I help?
Yeah.
And that was just like really important, I thought. And that was like last week. So
yes, constantly learning and unlearning. It's like funny, because for me, it's also like a lot of these things aren't new, but when they hit you, they're like, oh, like I did it now. So good. And it's such a good feeling too, I think, when you are able to be present and know your values and know the direction you're going. It's so much easier to just like, whatever's coming that may not be a good fit, just like knowing that like, okay, like now's not the answer, but maybe down the road, who knows? But regardless, like just having that ability to not get distracted by certain things, that's like my biggest thing. I think it's easy for me to like during especially starting stages of anything, it's just like, ooh, what about that? What about that? Like want to grab all these things and include them, and realizing like too many chefs or just too many things to like juggle now, and it's just not worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it comes back to that like organic growth, let it really gain its strength in the base and like foundation, and then you have your footing and you can build from there, but not rushing.
Yes, exactly. I appreciate the way we're closing out on this. Like it's so like instructional. Like you guys we're embodying living room lecturettes, but like meets healing session. Yes, I appreciate this.
Wow, we appreciate you immensely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tammy.
Yes. I guess we're pretty much closing out. I need to make sure that I close out, because then the next host can take my stream key basically and stream his broadcast to my platforms. But yeah, so let's see. I'm just gonna reshare one more time the Instagram for Living Room Lecturettes.
Yes, give us a follow. You can find our future events there, links for stuff. We're pretty good about using it.
Yes, I love it. I mean, I'm addicted to Instagram, so I use Instagram as like the first thing to like share or like whatever. So I'm glad that you guys are keeping that updated, because I feel like Instagram is just so easy to use. It beats Facebook in so many ways.
Yeah.
But yes, awesome. I'm excited for Sunday. Is Diego speaking, by the way?
Is Diego?
Yeah.
You signed up to do it.
All right. Well, then I need to put that on my calendar. But
Sunday 2 to 4. It'll be virtual on Zoom, and you got to get in early because there's only like 100 spots. I'm sure you'll be able to get in, but just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, no, that's good to know. Are you guys live streaming it?
Yeah. He's my tech guy. I don't know anything.
We are, I guess, so Dix has set up a Zoom and we're using their stuff. So whatever they have, I think we're limited to 100 participants.
Yeah,
what they have.
But it might be recorded and then posted later.
Yeah, I think
that's probably what will happen, because everyone can record Zoom calls.
Yes.
Yeah,
we'll do that.
That's what'll happen.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tempe and Alex. Hope y'all have a good rest of your night. I'm excited for Sunday and for what's to come for Living Room Lecturettes and the podcast, and for New York City and everything in between.
Yes, thank you, Tammy.
Thank you,
I'm
Tammy.
excited for the rest of this event. I look forward to everything that's in store.
Yes, you guys should definitely check out the poetry cipher tonight at 9.
Yes,
Cool.
absolutely.
Yay. All right. We'll see
All right.
y'all later. Have a good night. Bye.